Okay, everyone. Just making sure everything is good on my side. Sound check. You guys can hear, you can see the game, you can hear the game. We're just showcasing some replays that, that I didn't showcase in the video that I posted earlier. I have more than that, but that's just like some of them, just based on my testing that I've done using the stuff, and yeah, it's all good. All right, TNT, thanks for confirmation. Cool. All right. Well, welcome in, guys. Welcome in. As I did say last time, when they announced the stuff, then we're gonna obviously go into a deep dive into what's coming in the next selection pack. So it is now officially confirmed. We are getting K9 as well, along with some surprises. Because honestly, I don't know if Konami's cooking for 4th anniversary, but so far it's already a surprise. Because one of the archetypes is already coming very early, despite not having all of its cards. I don't know, but we'll see. But we'll look at it now. I'll first open up. Let me open up. Where is this? The Master Duel meta. Just want to confirm you guys can see right? Or is it too small? Should I make it bigger? I can make it bigger. Let me see. It's still a bit small. I can see it's a bit small on the screen. Let me see if I can make it bigger. Let's see. Oh, no, that's not how you do it. Let me see. Why is it so small on the screen though? What's going on? I think I need to make it bigger. Just hold on. Just 1 second, guys. Hold on. Let me just do this quickly. Yeah, let's make this a little bit bigger so you guys can see. We're doing some live editing here, so you can see the things properly. Okay. That should be okay-ish. Hold on, let me just do this fit to screen. Yeah, that's a bit better, isn't it? Yeah, I think that's a bit better. I think that's a bit better. Okay. Oh, what's good, Zero? What's good? Yeah, we just started the stream now. Gonna be going over what was announced, and we'll go into the deep dive very shortly. So yeah, just stick around for a bit, as well as everyone else on stream here. So okay, you guys can see now. It's better now, or should I zoom in further? Should I zoom in further? I think that should be fine. Okay, let me see. Okay, maybe this is a bit too small. Hold on. Let me fix this. It's a bit too, it's not like visible for most. Let me see if I change it to that. Oh, and it makes it a bit bigger now. There we go. It makes it a bit bigger, but now all the stuff is in the way. I don't know. Let me see. Let me just change that. Sorry about this, guys. Let me just sort this out quickly. Just want to see how it looks like when it's not having all these in the background. Yeah, I think that's a lot better. Yeah, I think that's actually a bit better. Okay, that's actually a bit better. So now let me do this. Yeah, that's actually way better. Okay. Okay, let's officially look at this. So you guys can see, right? Yeah, you can see the browser. You should be able to. Okay. So let's see what we can do here. everything should be good. All right, let's do this. Okay, so Konami has dropped a surprise on us. Yes, you're not letting your eyes being deceived. Literally, you can see on screen we've got some very interesting stuff that is coming on the next update, which is February 5th, maybe February 4th for some of you. But according to this, yeah, it is coming Thursday basically, or Wednesday night for most of you, or for some of you rather. So we got the confirmation of the upcoming selection pack, which is called Strike of Justice, right? Which we anticipated. Okay, Vanquisher support, K9 support. That was kind of like what we were, you know, expecting. So they've officially confirmed, and they've confirmed the rarities. And you can see there we have the K9 X Werewolf, which is going to be, I believe, going to get an animation, because anything that's usually a confirmed card usually gets an animation. I'll be surprised if Joku gets it, but also that's also fine if something else gets it. But if Joku gets it, that'll be quite interesting, because at least a main deck monster has to have an animation, at least. I don't know, it might be Zuna, we don't know, but definitely from deck C's we expect Werewolf to get one, but maybe Ripper should get, I don't know. But we got Vanquisher Holly Sue, which is not pre-hit, by the way. You can see there, only in the TCG now. In their recent ban list, they limited this card to 1. But to be fair, it did come out at full power, so it's like a recent change. But the OCG has not touched this card, so they've rather hit the Vanquisher Raisin and the Stake Your Soul, rather hit that. But they've left Holly Sue, so we're getting it at 3. It's a UR. You're 100% going to play this at 3, of course. Then we got 2 surprise archetypes. Not gonna lie, we're not expecting this at this stage. This is the let me just see. This is the Junk Warrior or Junk Synchron, or basically Yusei support, basically, which is quite interesting because these cards recently, like, they got a structured deck internal support, and also this is also coming out, I believe, in Burst Protocol, I believe in the TCG, so we're getting this also. And along with that, we're also getting the Rocket support as well, which is very surprising because, again, there's actually a few cards which they actually just was announced in the OCG recently and actually got released now in Blazing Dominion. There's actually another Link 2 Boro monster, as well as a Overframe card, which makes the deck like crazy good. But even then, the support cards for this are still kind of decent already. Right now, Dragon Link hasn't been doing anything, but maybe Dragon Link might actually come back because of this. And I think Dragon Link's in a better position in Master Duel than in any other format, so that'll be really interesting to see how that plays out. Then I think what was kind of long overdue is the Live Twin support. I think that everyone's been asking. I mean, people have been saying, okay, where is the Live Twin support? It's literally just like a few cards, so I don't know why they're holding so long for it. They do know people love this deck. I think Konami does know. They do love people like Sky Striker, people like Live Twin. They like these decks, so they always want to, give them like the best treatment, I guess. I don't know, but instead of making it in a filler pack, rather make it in a headliner pack, which makes sense. So similar to the Vanquisher cards, it's only, I think, only 3 cards that they got. So a new field spell, Holly Sue, and then a new Xyz monster. But this was not going to be the only thing that would headline. So I think they had to make it up for the fact that, okay, they have to throw in other archetypes just to balance it out, because otherwise the pack will be a bit small in terms of new cards. Now we know they normally have about 40-ish cards that are new, and then the rest are usually reprints. So we'll see what they actually reprint in this specific pack. But yeah, we have Live Twin, we have the Rocket support, or basically Dragon Link support, and then obviously the Synchron strategy. Now, not gonna lie, I don't know if people are gonna play Junk Warrior Extreme, but I think the other Synchron support, I think, is gonna be needed to, again, boost that Synchron strategy. But obviously we are waiting for the Overframe card, the Star Junk Synchron, which also makes the thing a little bit, like, a lot better. But for now, I think it's just a structured deck support and maybe a few extra cards that were coming in Burst Protocol, but we'll see. Then we got actually a pre-hit. So in addition to the K9 cards coming out, we have confirmation that Jokel is going to be at 2. Now you look at the TCG and the OCG. Again, TCG recently got their ban list, made this card to 1. And the OCG has been having this card at 1 for quite a bit. I think since the October ban list. So this card is actually really, really crucial to the K9 engine. But even if you play this card at 1, fun fact, or not even a fun fact, a bit of not a surprise, but the deck is still good. Not even the deck, but even the engine rather is still pretty much playable, even though it's at 1. There's so many other ways to play, you know, in replace of, okay, if you've got less Jokels, you play something else. This card is really good. It does a lot for the deck. It can interact basically with any level 5 you are playing from your hand, and also you can also add any of your other K9 monsters. So it's a really good you know, card for the K9 engine also. But being at 2 basically just makes it not really like super impactful, because it's just, okay, we got 1 less copy of Jokel, but every other K9 card is coming in full power pretty much. So 3 Izuna, 2 Jokel, you know, Lantern, full obviously people not playing 3 Lantern, but there may be a world where you might play another copy of Lantern in, since Jokel's at 2, or you can play Chaotic Elements, which we'll talk about later. But this is just like, you know, it's not going to really do anything, because given that the Vanquisher cards already were hit at 2 also, so anything that is semi-limited doesn't really do anything, because it's like it's either at unlimited or at 1 or banned. Those are more impactful things, but being at 2 doesn't really make a difference, because yeah, we'll see how that's going to be. But at least you can somewhat basically play K9 pure, kind of, but obviously most people will be playing it as an engine. So I'll explain that again in a totally different video, but where we do the full breakdown of all the K9 cards. But this is just almost like a sneak peek of what we're going to get in the, you know, the anniversary selection pack, because this is going to be the big one. We don't know what else is going to be in there, but let's just do a head count here. So we know, based on what is not released, right? Because on masterduel meta, you can see all the overfare cards are there. Don't worry about that. So in terms of the Boral support, you can see there's cards like Boral Reboot. There's the Breach Boral. This one is not going to come out. If this card comes out, I'll be very shocked, because this is a card that just came out now in the OCG. So Konami may surprise us and give us all the Boral cards, which will actually be crazy. The only thing they probably will not give is the I think it's the circular. Oh no, what's it? Something. I think it's what is a dragon, right? Let me just see what card is that. It's a dragon, level 5. What is it? Level 5, right? I think it's level 5. Let's just search for it quickly. What is it? Yeah, this one, the Rocket Barrage. If this card comes out also, I doubt it, because this is part of the overframe cards, the Rivals pack, which hasn't even been fully announced yet, like in terms of the other revealed. So it'll be very weird if Konami drops this now before it comes out in the other formats. But I don't think overframes will come, because if this card had to come, I think Dragon Link will instantly be up there in terms of a meta contender, because this card is actually insane in Dragon Link, because it's basically Math Mix Circular but for dragon monsters, specifically Dark Dragon. But still, it's very good for the strategy. So yeah, it's literally it's actually quite good there. But yeah, in terms of the other Rocket cards, we can actually see, let me see, yeah, Release, Dragon, and Dark. I know there's quite a few, but I just want to go over the main stuff. We have obviously the Rocket Loader. So let's just search for rockets. Let's search for that. So Rocket. So how many new cards are we getting? So we're getting Rocket Loader. We're getting Hollow Rocket, I assume. Definitely Rocket Detonator. We're getting the new Fusion Monster, Fatal Flare. I don't think we're gonna get this, but this is just a copium though. I don't know. We may or may not get it. I honestly don't know. But it's kind of crazy though. But like I said, the chance of overframes coming is very unlikely. I don't know about you guys, but I think it's very unlikely. But yeah, I don't know. but it's really unfortunate that, you know, they're releasing Boro now. I thought they would wait until all the Boro cards are fully available in the other formats, but now they're kind of like just throwing everything now. Obviously, we're getting another Link monster, the Triss Boro definitely, and then obviously the Boro Shroud Dragon, which is another. Now here's a bit of a biased take, but the fact that they're giving all these rival cards a lot of support, and yet what about the hero in archetypes as well? I mean, I know they gave Alta guys recently support and other things, but now what about the other stuff? It's really just they're giving them another Link 5. But the thing is, how many Link 5s do they have? They have Bro and they got this now, and this can literally cheat out any Link 4 lower Boro from your extra deck just for free. Like, what the hell? But damn, I think, like I said, Dragon Link or Rocket specifically is going to be crazy. But obviously, we all know it as Dragon Link. But I think it's really insane. That's all I can say. So yeah, Dragon Link going to be really strong, really strong. Especially now they got a lot of consistent one card combos. And yeah, I think it's going to be kind of insane what people will do with these cards, because now, ironically enough, you know, back in the day, you know, Dragon Link was obviously, you know, meta relevant in the sense of like it was pretty good, but obviously it just faded off slightly. Not that it was any hits or anything. I think everything is pretty much back. Let's just have a look. Is Dragon Link pretty much full power? I don't know. Let's see. Do we have the? Is it the Collapse Serpent? Is it the Collapse Serpent? Let me have a look. Oh, look at that. There we go. All these cards are unlimited. So pretty much Dragon Link is basically full power. But I don't know. I don't know what they were thinking, but making Dragon Link kind of broken, I think I'd say Master Duel is going to be quite scary, because I know people were playing Dragon Link back in the day, so those guys might probably drop some decks they were playing now and probably just pick up the Rocket stuff, because why not? So for Dragon Link players, very interesting. But yeah, it's going to be insane. I think the matchups will be very interesting, because I know this, because I know, if you see on my channel, I showcase a lot of Dragon Link, because that was like, I would say probably like my most favorite, like I wouldn't say favorite, but like the most common opponent I was facing back then was always Dragon Link, and I had good matchups against it. So with this new support, oh, it's going to be crazy. But like I said, I don't think they're going to release the Overframe card, because it's way too soon, unless they're going to really surprise us and throw us in the new Link 2. That would be interesting. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. But okay, that's pretty much Dragon Link. So that's about, how many cards is that? That's maybe 7-8 cards, more or less. So that's 8 cards, right? Then you obviously have, you know, the Junk Warrior support, basically not released. So you can see we have all of these cards, right? So this came from Structure Deck, the One-Way Synchro Trap, the Synchro Fellowship, Junk Signal. Junk Signal is a really good card, because it pretty much, if your Synchro Monster activates an effect and your opponent monster responds, you can negate that effect. So that's pretty cool. And then obviously you have all these other retrains. You see, notice these are all retrains of older cards. So you see Quibbolt Hedgehog is now Anchor Bolt Hedgehog, Sonic Warrior is now Assault Sonic Warrior, Speed Warrior is now Full Speed Warrior, Sonic Chick is now Crossroads Sonic Chick. I think this is a trap. Now it's actual Synchron. So literally, it just requires them to just take old cards and retrain them. That's literally what they're doing. And then look at obviously the Overframe Star Junk Synchron. This card is just busted. This is literally like crazy. This is like, yeah, it does also a lot for the Synchron strategy. But again, we're going to get Scrap Warrior. It's going to be, you know, obviously going to be getting, I think we can get the Assault mode also. I'm not sure, but maybe. But then obviously Junk Warrior Extreme is the cover card. So probably we'll get this also, the Assault mode. I don't know. But we'll see. But unfortunately, is Synchron any good right now? Well, unfortunately not, because for some reason, some of these cards are good, but it's just not fixing the deck's issues in terms of like, you know, actually making very powerful, consistent, you know, boards. But I don't know. You mean junk support? Okay, if you want to use the literal term junk, yeah, it's, I mean, you could say, yeah, it is junk support, but it's not good enough. I'm not saying not good enough like at all, but you can play it, but does it fix the deck's issues? I don't know. Because based on this, we're getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, maybe possible 9, 10 cards. So that's quite a bit of synchron support, junk support. But I mean, yeah, I think they could have really done a bit better with the Yusei support in general. I know some people in the chat here feel the same way. Because yeah, I've also been a fan of, you know, as part of the main protagonist, I think Yusei is one of the most disciplined ones out there, very skillful. She definitely deserves good support, because how is it that in Zexal, Yuma or Astral or whatever, those guys got Onomat crazy support technically, but 5Ds did only Jack Atlas is getting support basically, and then Yusei is like, okay, screw you, I'm not getting support. Like, come on, that's a bit that doesn't seem right. I don't know, because it should be a bit of a bad look at you know, GX. Okay, Heroes is getting quite a bit of support. That's fine, because the main protagonist was playing Hero and it makes sense. So Heroes is decent. So shout out to all the Hero players. You're getting your support soon as well. Will be pretty broken. And then obviously looking at, you know, the obviously dual monsters, of course, Dark Magician, Blue Eyes, they will always get support cards. That is, and they're actually pretty good, because those decks are actually, you know, lacking stuff that needs actually stuff to be playable. So, and even on Arc 5, they gave, you know, super heavy samurai. They're giving Predaplant support. They're giving Speedroid support, and they're kind of decent. But for some reason, 5Ds they're like, they're screwing Yusei basically. I mean, come on. But that's Konami for you, right? That's basically what it is. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what they have against a synchron deck, because yes, it does do a lot of things, but it's very rewarding and high ceiling. So, but okay. But that's the junk warrior synchron, junk synchron, junk support, synchron support. Then we obviously have the live twin, right? It's literally just, is it one monster? I think it's one monster and one link monster. I think live twin. Let me see. Evil twin. Yeah, so it's remember, this came from the tactical tri-pack, so it is, I don't know. Yeah, it's this one. So it's the Kisa Kill deal. It's the new Light Fiend, so Fiendsmith combo. Basically, a one Kisa Kill monster, and then obviously the main deck monster is the live twin, which they confirmed there's going to be the suite. So a Leela main deck monster, Kisa Kill extra deck monster. So it's literally just 2 cards. So again, it wouldn't make sense to just be its headliner, because it's only 2 cards. So makes sense to bring it into the anniversary. Why not? Why better time? Because why are you holding on so long for it? Honestly, I have no idea. So now, and it makes sense, because remember, we are getting I believe the new Dark Magician support, which also was a tactical tri deck. We already got the Makanko support in the New Year in the New Year pack, and now we're getting this in a bundle or whatever, and now we're getting the Evil Twin. So that kind of makes up the tactical tri deck's support cards, which is just 2 cards, and that's it. So that's only live twin. You see, not many cards there. Then obviously the bigger impactful stuff, obviously now we're going to get to it, is the Vanquish Soul. Okay, you can see Vanquish Soul, only 3 cards. Yeah, this is like a special card. This is Raisin, don't worry about it. Holy Sue is the new one. Vanquish Soul Rocks is the new one, and then the Field Spell. Only 3 cards. And this literally, and you remember what I was saying? If they are designing cards in such a way that, okay, they need to, you know, fix the deck's issues, and this is what I'm talking about. These type of cards literally just broke Vanquish Soul. literally gave them quick effect, summon a monster from hand, summon a non-psychic from the deck, take control of a monster. Like, that's what you want, interruptions, right? And on top of the Vanquish Soul board, which don't really have an extra deck per se, except for Rock of the Soul Vanquisher. That's literally it. But good support. Field Spell, very good support. So only 3 cards, broke everything, but then he even got even more broken when, of course, the cover, the headliner of this anniversary, of course, because every theme, every year, and every anniversary, we've got something. The first year we got Sprite, the second year we got Snake Eyes, the third year we got Fiendsmith. Now it's K9. Okay, so K9, you can see 14 cards are coming in. This is gonna definitely change the way we play the game in Master Duel. Definitely. So yeah, you can see it's 14 cards that's coming in. So, and obviously the rocket cards. So, and obviously the junk cards. So it's gonna be quite a bit of cards that we're gonna get in terms of the selection pack. But of course, there could be also surprises, special exclusive cards that we maybe don't know about. Maybe legacy support update. We don't know, but like I said, these cards specifically we'll cover specifically in another breakdown. We'll go the card by card, what the playstyle is, maybe an example combo or two, and obviously how it can be beneficial in some engine decks. And yeah, that would be for another video, but just giving you like a heads up in terms of what to expect in terms of the 4th anniversary. And I think it's a good start, but of course this is still just the pack alone. There's still more things coming, so only time will tell. Let me know if you guys are excited about this in the comments as well. And I think I'm definitely excited for it, because I think the whole meta game is about to change. It's not just now the fact that we're getting K9, Vanquish Soul, we're also getting rocket support. So Dragon Link you cannot ignore it. I think Dragon Link is going to be a topic to say, hey, we cannot sleep on that deck, because people probably are going to go crazy with that. And yeah, it's going to be quite scary, because I thought we would wait later on to get the Boro cards. And mind you, this is Burst Protocol. We still have even got the Doom of Dimension stuff, which is the Radiant Typhoon and the Alph Nodes and all those other cards. Oh, actually no, yeah, the Doom of Dimensions support cards, like all the other stuff we don't know, but we're getting Burst Protocol stuff already. That's quite interesting. I'm just saying. But yeah, you guys let me know what you think in the comments, and yeah, we'll see you on the next couple set of videos. Just giving more of almost like a hype of sorts towards the anniversary, and more focus will obviously be on the K9 stuff. But of course, if you're happy about Live Twins, the Dragon Link, Vanquish Soul, and also Synchron, you can obviously let me know in the comments. And yeah, we'll see you on the next video. Okay, so guys, here's the thing. What do you guys think is going to happen with the meta? Because I think it's going to be really, really different. Because Dragon Link, I'm not going to lie, no one was expecting Dragon Link. I think everyone was just focusing on, oh, Vanquish Soul K9 is going to be the next thing. It's going to be a 3-deck format. But remember, it's not just going to be a 3-deck format, because K9 impacts also a lot of other decks too. Another one in particular as well that we're not talking about, obviously, is going to be, K9 Crystron. I think Crystron is going to be pretty broken. I'm not going to lie, I think this will also be like one of the sleeper decks of the format, because remember, once upon a time, when Crystron came out, it was actually tier 1 at one point, prior to the Duelist Cup. It actually got, like, I think top 3 or top 2 in the Duelist Cup. Was doing pretty well. Everybody was playing Crystron, because at that time the meta was very, like, I think Bastille Fiendsmith or whatever, or Primite and whatever, but Crystron didn't really care, because your stuff can't get banished as long as you have the trap card on field, and you can pretty much play through anything. Now the K9 strategy is very good in this deck, because this, like, I don't even know. I think it's going to be scary. I think you'll see, if not, you'll see a lot more K9 Crystron players than maybe K9 Vanquish. I don't know, but Vanquish or K9 will still be good. But I think people should not ignore K9 Crystron. That's all I'm saying. So luckily, I invested in K9 in the Christian pack, so I know I can also explore that also if I need to try different variants. But there's also a variant I also want to try, obviously, which is, obviously sharks. That's also, another variant which you could try. You do play a rank a level 5, but I don't know if it would be that good compared to the other meta decks in Vanquisher and Crystron. But obviously, for now, we're obviously going to be trying it in Supercoins, which again, we're gonna talk about that in a bit. So this is just basically what we know so far, right? But we'll see what happens. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, so now that we've done that, let's go back to the game for a bit. So now let's focus specifically on, the K9 cards specifically and why it's going to be so good, I think, in the current format. So I've got already like kind of a setup here. So I've just discussed, like, obviously I put all the K9 cards here and the decks below it that can benefit from it. So wait, where is that? I think it's here. I think this is fine. Let's just leave it like this. Yeah, so we're gonna obviously just have a bit of a breakdown type of video, and we'll see. Yeah, I'm just setting it up. Don't worry, I'm just setting it up. I'm gonna close the browser soon. I'm just gonna set up here, and then you're gonna see the stuff. Should be able to see it now. You can't hear me. What's happening? I thought the thing was going green on my side, so I thought you guys could hear. You couldn't hear. You can hear now, or you can't hear? I don't know. Can't hear? No one? Still? No. Okay. Apologies for that. Let me start over again. Because I don't think anyone... Oh, shoot. No, we didn't do what we did. Oh, we did. Okay, no. That's fine. I'll start over again, no problem. Because I'm pretty sure you didn't hear anything, but you're just seeing cards move. Okay, no, it's fine. So we'll just start over again. No stress, guys. We'll start over again. Okay. So, like I was saying, this is going to be just an intro video in terms of how impactful the K9 cards are. And what? I can hear you and I had the tab on mute. Wait, what? Seriously, you thought I was on a break? But I was really talking. There's no way I could have said so. Okay. You guys can hear, right? You guys can hear. Remember, you guys are my cue to say, hey, you guys can't hear, you can't see. If you don't say anything, I wouldn't know, because you can see cards moving, but surely something's not right. So you need to be my ears, because I can see the chat. So I'm talking, but then I can't know if you guys can hear or not. So I thought the thing was going green on my side, so you guys could hear. But okay, no, it's fine. You got it. Cool. Okay. Okay. What's up, dogs? Welcome. Okay. All right, YouTube. So this is again, part of the series where I'll be covering new cards, and this is an example of the next best engine that's going to change Master Duel, I think, for a while. I think you thought Fiendsmith was bad. Wait till you see what this deck can do, because pretty much this deck punishes you for playing the game. Yeah, you heard that right, because what is this main strategy? It pretty much is the hand trap punisher. And why do I say that? Because if you look at the way the modern card design is, a lot of decks activate monster effects from the hand or grave, and most people are obviously playing hand traps. So inherently, even though your specific archetype might not be necessarily activating effects from the hand or grave, because maybe it doesn't activate a chain or whatever, you still play hand traps. So even just by playing hand traps like Ash Blossom, Effect Veiler, especially in Draco Tail and Blue Eyes, Ghost Spell, these cards are obviously common right now in Master Duel. And of course, the classic Max C, which is going to 1 in the next update. So these are common, very, very common hand traps that people are playing. So even if your deck itself might not actually activate a monster effect in the hand or grave, and when I mean activate, as in start a chain link 1, because if you're summoning a card like a Duel Star does not trigger the Azuna or the Lupus or whatever, or it doesn't trigger any of these effects, basically the bonus effects. But this deck strategy is pretty simple. Your opponent activates a hand trap, you get benefits, right? Literally get benefits. And basically this is gonna pretty much shape the way you play a specific deck, because before maybe you needed an extra push, or you needed a way to kind of counteract the fact, okay, yes, I'm getting hand trap, what other alternatives do I have? I think this archetype is good for you. So you'll see, you'll have 5 main deck monsters, 1 continuous spell, 2 quick plays, and 1 trap, which to be honest, I don't think people are playing this. So I'll cover it very briefly, but I don't think people are playing this one. And then obviously we have the 5 Xyz monsters, which again, I'll explain whether people are playing it or not. But you definitely cannot ignore this engine, because this engine is very, very versatile. And the fact that there doesn't really have any restrictions, well, when I say restrictions, yes, you can link it off with something else, you can do synchros with it, but it's really known for an Xyz based strategy, and especially with rank 5s. So if your deck has rank 5s, I think you should be considering this, because this actually has quite synergy. So with rank level 5s and rank 5s in general. So there's even rank 9s in there, which we'll also cover. But yeah, this is definitely a threat, because this basically, you know, in a meta game where there's a lot of hand traps floating around, there's card effects being activated in Grave, aka Draco Tail, even Mitsurugi, when they tributed, they activate from the hand, Habakiri activates from the hand. So you see, these are common strategies that, you know, you can actually get punished for the fact that, oh, I can actually trigger, you know, these effects of K9. So let's see what these K9 cards do. And like I said, I'll showcase more specifically how I'll be using the K9 cards in the Supercorn strategy. But of course, you can also play it in Vanquish Soul, which is actually the one that benefits the most, as well as obviously K9 Crystron. Do not underestimate those two. Those are definitely two meta contenders. But I'm playing it more from a, you know, just from a fun perspective, because it makes my deck a lot more interesting, you know. And for those that have been watching the channel, you can see Supercorn is actually in a decent space. I mean, it has pretty much everything going for it, but the only thing that it lacks is a bit of extra push, especially going second a bit, just playing around boards. This literally facilitates what I'm looking for. And obviously I wouldn't just play cards that don't have any purpose in any of my decks, so I'll definitely be doing that. So this is a breakdown of what the cards do, as well as just maybe some info that you probably didn't know about the cards. And yeah, let's just see what these cards are going to do for Master Duel. So we did know that the new limited list came out. There was an update, and we know Joku, you can see that it's at 1, but obviously I'm using the OCG ban list here. But this is going to be at 2 for us. So it does change the way we play it in Master Duel versus any other format. So that's just a heads up there. But let's start with the first card. This is K917 Izuna. So what makes Izuna so good? This is the one that pretty much starts your entire engine online, essentially, especially if you're going turn 0. In other words, you're going second. You can actually make plays on your opponent's turn. So why is that the case? Because all of the K9s have this effect except for Lupus. Lupus is the only one that doesn't have an effect like this. But if your opponent has 2 or more cards in their hand, you can normal summon this card without tributing. So even on your turn 1 or turn 2, these are not technically bricks in your hand, because worst case you can normal summon them. They're at least 2,000 attacks, so it's not like they are very small beat sticks. They're actually quite big. So worst case scenario, if that's your only play, you can at least normal summon almost all the K9s except for Lupus, which we'll cover later. But why is this card so important? During the main phase, if your opponent has activated a monster effect in the hand or graveyard this turn, quick effect, you can summon this card from your hand. So why is this practical? Because like I was saying, popular cards, Maxi, Full Loss, Ash Blossom. So if you do an initial play, it gets ashed, and you have an Izuna in your hand. Well, guess what? This actually is full combo for your K9 package. And what do you mean your full combo by K9 package? Because this basically has a secondary effect, because on summon, when you've activated a monster effect in the hand or graveyard this turn. So remember, it's only during the main phase that you can summon this card. But if you activate a hand trap in the draw phase, or a card effect or a monster effect in the draw phase, standby phase, this is still activatable, even in the battle phase. So it's just that during the main phase you can summon the card, but it checks for the entire turn. So we just have to be a bit careful on how you activate your cards. But obviously you can't, because you have to play your deck, so they're just going to punish you like that. So why is it good? Because on summon, you can send a K9 card from deck to grave. It's not a monster, it's any K9 card from deck to grave. So there's a lot of targets, but the one that really gets things going is going to be the card we're going to cover later, which is the Lupus. So we'll get to that card, right? So this is a very good enabler for turn 0 plays, because this can give you quick access to a rank 5 Xyz on your opponent's turn, or even on your turn as well. If you get hand trapped and this is like the only play in your hand after, let's say, a hand trap resolves or whatever, or a monster effect activating in the hand or grave, this can pretty much give you your full K9 combo, more or less. And I'll show you that maybe a bit later, but this is just, again, a card by card breakdown. So this is what this main card does. This gets you the card you're looking for, which is usually you send a monster, but in some cases you may want to send a quick play spell, but that's rarely happening, but you mainly send a monster. So it always guarantees you basically almost like a way to play the game. That's what I like about this card, because yes, it basically forces out interaction, because if you play the game, your opponent obviously sits there and combos off. You can also play as well, which is good. So this is usually a 3 of, and it will be a 3 of in Master Duel. I think for those who want to really explore the engine a lot, you can get away with 2 copies. I'm not gonna lie, you can get away with 2 copies, but I think to make it optimal, you wanna make this at 3. But you can play it at 2. Maybe you're relying on maybe some deck space. You can probably get away with 2 if you're playing a very small K9 package, but if you're playing like maybe a pure version or maybe in Vanquish Soul or whatever, then you can obviously max out these, because these also effectively act as hand traps. So this is pretty much a hand trap of sorts. So this is a very this is a very good option. Then one of the twin operatives. So the other twin is Lantern. As you can see there by the numbers, this is 66A. 66B is obviously the Lantern, so they are twins basically, and they both have similar effects, but it depends on the positioning where you summon from. So this one is a Aqua, Dark Aqua. The other one was an Earth Warrior. This one's a Dark Aqua, so it's not the same type, but it still follows the same theme. This also has the effect of two or more cards in their hand, normal summon a card without tributing. That's fine. Now the first effect is what makes also the K9 engine pretty much splashable in level 5 decks that can play it. You can reveal this card and one other level 5 monster in your hand. Special summon both, but they cannot be used for a material for the Xyz summon of a light monster. So this is interesting. So pretty much if you have a level 5 and you have this card, you pretty much also have access to the K9 engine as well, right? Not necessarily for turn 0, but definitely for, again, extending your plays or keep going, because you can also do this late combo or early combo. So it's really depending on what your hand is. But yeah, it's actually really nice, because just any other level 5, you can summon both, but they only cannot be used for an Xyz summon of a light monster. But you can synchro with it, you can link with it, you can even fuse with it, but you just cannot make an Xyz summon of a light monster, which is totally fine. Because if you're playing the Xyz strategy, you don't really care. But if you're obviously playing an Xyz deck with lights, then obviously it's not ideal, because you will be locked into non-light, non-light Xyz decks basically, or Xyz monsters rather. So that's basically the special summon effect. Then during your main phase on the field, you can add a non-Aqua K9 from your deck to your hand. So this is basically adding any other K9 that you want that's not Aqua. So you can search Azuna, you can search all other K9s. So this is a really good card. This is actually the card that kind of is broken. And you can see in the OCG, this is at 1. In the TCG, they recently announced this card at 1. This is very, very good. So if they make a card at 1, you just know this is actually like a very important card in the engine. Because to be honest, if they had to ban this, then the K9 cards won't be as impactful, because then you won't be running all the other techs. You'll just be running just maybe Azuna and something else, and then that's it. But this, like, to make it actually very versatile, really, really good. So this is it would have been a 3 of if it wasn't unhit, but for Master Duel it's going to be at 2. You have to play it at 2. It's a non-negotiable. The same thing with Yummy players. They got their Yummy Snatchy at 2. They have to play it at 2. Or you can get away in some engines and play it at 1, but you would rather play this at 2. So let's look at the other K9 card, which is 66B Lantern. It's a Pyro level 5, right? And you can see same stats as Joko, but it's just different type and attribute. Oh no, same attribute but different type, and has the same effect of two more cards in hand, normal summon without attributing. But now this is different. So Joko will summon cards, will summon a level 5 from your hand, right? So any level 5. But this one's a bit different. This one only targets specifically a K9 non-pyro, right? So a level 5 non-pyro K9 monster in your graveyard. Okay? So it doesn't work in the hand. So if you have Lantern in the grave and another Lantern, you can't summon another Lantern. That's only downside, but that's also fine. You can summon this card, summon both it and this card, but they cannot be used for material for Xyz summon of a light monster. So unfortunately, You can't do the same thing like with Joko. The monster you summon with cannot be used for Xyz of a life monster, but you can do anything else with them. That's pretty much it. Then what does this do on field? During the main phase, you can add a canine spell trap. So you would think this is a good effect. It is a good effect. But then when you look at the canine spell traps, you'll realize actually there's not a lot of good targets. There's only two good ones. Only two good ones. The other ones are decent, but they're not really competitively viable, and I'll explain why later. But this is basically giving you your access to any of your spell traps, which is decent. Because modern decks, if you notice, if you're able to search your archetype spell or trap or archetype monster, then the deck becomes actually quite decent in the modern game. If you think about it, because look at all the meta decks right now. They're able to search monsters, they're able to set spell or traps, they're able to add spell or traps, they're able to set spell or traps. So, and add monsters from grave to hand. So there's a lot of, similar themes that we are seeing with all these meta decks that are coming. And this came out in the same set with Draco Tail and Yummy. So it's not to say that okay, this was the worst one, because fun fact, Draco Tail wasn't actually seen initially as like the better deck. It's only when now other decks later on got obviously nerfed to the ground, then Draco Tail started picking up some ground. So do not sleep on this, because this is going to definitely affect Master Duel more than any other format, because we know we're in the best of one format. You don't like, we all don't like getting hand trapped. Let's punish your opponent for hand trapping us. So having this canine is like, oh, okay, kind of gives them a bit of things to think about there. But yeah, this is a good option to run in your canine deck, but you won't, I wouldn't say you run more than 2 copies of this. I would say at most run 1 copy. But in some builds, I've seen 2, but you can get away with 1. Because unfortunately, it's not like you can summon itself. You have to have also a non-pyro canine in your grave to reborn, so it's not really as good to have multiple of. So that is why. But you can obviously have many ways to search it, which I'll explain later. Now we have what we call the rogue agent, as they say. This is a Beast Warrior Earth. It is 2300, which is quite big. And why is this card so good? This is a interesting card because this is the one that normally Izuna sends for cost. Well, not send for cost, but sends by effect to the grave. And then why do you send this card? Well, let's read it. So first of all, any Xyz monster, doesn't have to be necessarily rank 5. Any Xyz monster that has this card's material gains this effect. You cannot target this card with card effects. That's actually quite relevant because what do we know? A deck that targets a lot. Draco Tail, Yummy. You see the theme? This may help you a bit, so they want to get rid of your monsters. They have to be quite difficult because I think you have to non-target. So that's actually quite relevant. And then what else is making this card good? During your main phase, if your opponent has activated a monster effect in the hand or graveyard this turn, similar to Izuna, you can summon this card from your hand or graveyard. So you notice Izuna is only from the hand, whereas Lupus can be from the hand or grave. So even in a scenario where you maybe discard this card, it's still useful even in the graveyard because you can summon it from there. But there's a big clause. You banish it when it leaves the field. But if you're playing Xyz, you don't really care about that because once you make it an Xyz material, and you detach it from an Xyz monster, remember it goes to the graveyard because remember when it's under an Xyz monster, in terms of the mechanics, it's seen as an Xyz material and not a monster. So that's the big difference. So even though yes, you have the effect of banishment leaves the field, if you put it on an Xyz monster and you detach it, it still goes to the graveyard, so you can use it again in the future turns. And it's a 2300 beat stick, so it's pretty good. But of course, this is not only the main thing why it's so broken, because again, this is the one that actually gets your interruption going. So during your opponent's turn, and this is anywhere, not necessarily in the main phase. It can be in the battle phase, it can be in the end phase, but it has to be during the opponent's turn. You can, quick effect, immediately after this effect resolves, Xyz summon this card. Xyz summon using this card you control plus something else. So And the funny thing, it says using this card you control. So it means, like, in actual theory, you can actually exceed summon a Typhon on your opponent's field because you can actually use itself as a material. How crazy is that? So if they're spamming a board with 3k attack monsters, and obviously your opponent has activated a summon from the extra deck at least twice, then you can literally turn this into a 1-card Typhon on your opponent's turn. And the nice thing about that is you're not locked out of summoning for the rest of the turn because it'll be on your field already. So next turn, you already have a counter for whatever potentially have on their board, which is really, really interesting. Because think about it. If you are facing Draco Tail for some reason, they have a 3000 attack monster. They summon it, they can't really activate it because your Typhon's already on the field. So they have to deal with it before it gets to your main phase. So that's actually quite nice. But also, not just Typhon, any rank 5 Xyz access you have. So it's not just limited to just K9 Xyz, it's any Xyz that you want, which is really, really good. So I think that is something that most people will be happy to see, because basically that's what makes the engine flexible. Because you can see you have Izuna and you're sending Lupus. Lupus is going to reborn itself, and then you're going to rank up into a Xyz monster that's rank 5, or maybe a Typhon. We don't know. Maybe in some situations that can come up. We don't know. So that's the, like, almost like the 4 monsters that we got. Then we got a further support card in the form of the Noroi, the K904 Noroi. So what does Noroi actually do? So it's an Earth machine, so it's a bit different. You even notice from the artwork, it's very different. So it's almost like, you know, it's very different from the other K9 cards. So what does this card actually do? So this has the same thing, 2 cards from more in the hand. You can almost summon without attributing. So it's a 1-card combo technically. And why I say 1-card combo, because if this card is normal summon, so only normal summon, so it doesn't have that special summon ability like the other ones. No, it's just a normal summon. You can special summon a non-machine K9 from your deck, but you're locked into summoning from the extra deck except K9 monsters while that you control that face-up monster. Notice it says while you control that face-up monster. So if you do not rank up with the K9, you are basically locked only at that point into K9 monsters. But after you rank up into a K9 monster, you're pretty much not locked afterwards. And I didn't necessarily have to be using Noroi. It's just the monster that you summon with it. So it can be any of these that you summon. It can be the Lupus, it can be the Lantern, the Jokel, or even the Izuna. Obviously, you cannot summon itself because it must be a non-machine K9. So this is the normal summon basically for the deck. So in the purest form, you would play 3 copies of this. But maybe as an engine, you'll play it as a one-off, because remember, it might be clashing with your other normal summons. So you wouldn't want to play multiple copies if you're playing it as an engine. But then again, if you're playing it more K9 heavy, you play this at 3 because this is your normal summon for the K9s. But then again, just mind that your clash of your other normal summons in your deck might also conflict with that. So I would say you can play with this card at 1, it's perfectly fine. You can get away with it if you're playing it as an engine. So over and above what on the summoning effect on normal summon, you can also send a face-up K9 card you control to the graveyard and look at your opponent's hand. We've seen this before, right? For Trickstar Archangel, when it's sent to the graveyard as link material, you look at your opponent's hand. You're not banishing away anything. You're not doing some funny things, shuffling it back. You're just looking at the opponent's hand by just sending a face-up K9. And you know what's funny? You can literally send the K9 card that you summon off its own effect. So let's say you go Noroi summon, let's say Lupus, right? Lupus doesn't get banished because it wasn't summoned by its own effect. Because only by its own effect, then it will be banished when it leaves the field. But you can go worst case, Noroi summon Lupus send to the graveyard, look at the opponent's hand, and then continue going. Because what if you have combo already? Let's say. So that will give you, again, hand knowledge. In other words, you know what is the best end board to make based on the hand. You can see, oh, there are the hand traps, there's in the Bureau, there's this. Okay, let me make my counter. Then you'll see what that is. So that will come there. Pretty nice. So that is all the main deck monsters, right? So you can see there's actually a really nice, a set of main deck monsters because they all do something. You can technically say Lupus is the only one that doesn't really do anything because you can't normal summon without attributing. Only the other ones do. But this is still good in the hand or in the grave. So worst case, if you discard it for something, it's perfectly fine because it can reborn there. If you have a Jokel plus a Lupus, it's also fine because you can also detach it, get in the grave, do something. Noroi, of course, you need to have targets in the deck. So it depends how big your engine is, because you can see the bigger your engine is, then obviously you have more flexibility. But the moment your engine is very small, then you realize you'll run out of stuff very quickly. So that is how it is. So that's just one thing to note there. But I think you can get away with it because beyond turn 2, 3, you've already set up your board already, and at that point it's just grind game. But that's just how it is. Okay. Then now we have the spells. This is the case for K9. It's a continuous spell. So when this card's activated, you can add a K9 monster from deck to your hand. That's good. Basically facilitates one card. So this is also a starter, which is also pretty nice. So if you have a K9 card and this, it's pretty much you have combo, pretty much. And then the nice thing also, K9 monsters you control gain 900 attack during any turn which an opponent has activated a monster effect in the hand or grave. So you might not think that's important, but actually if you think about it, if you get Max C turn 2, you could potentially do lethal damage because your K9s will be boosted by 900 and already there are at least 2000. So if you can summon 3 K9 monsters, practically they're all going to be at least 3000. This one will be 3000, this one will be 2900, this one 2900, this one will be 3200, this one will be 3100. That's pretty big though. So you would think, oh no, it's fine, I'm gonna shotgun Maxi or whatever, but if you're playing K9 and you're going second, it actually facilitates lethal damage a lot easier than you think. And remember, you can still make your answer to Nibiru while doing lethal damage as well. So we'll talk about that. So this is a really good card to play. Now you could argue, is this a 3 of? I mean, it just depends how your playstyle is. If you're playing the purest form, like a pure K9 deck, yeah, you can run 3, but I think you can get away with 2 copies, I think. And you'll be perfectly fine. And if this card is sent from the spell or trap zone by card effect, so if it's destroyed even by you or by your opponent, you can set 1 K9 quick play spell from your deck or grave. So you see, that's actually pretty nice because obviously if your opponent deals with it, you can just reset the quick play that maybe you used previously or whatnot. So what K9 quick play are they talking about? There's 2 of them. There's actually 2 of them. There is Release Restraint, right? This is the one that you can set optionally. So what does this do? This is target 1 K9 Xyz monster or 1 rank 5 Xyz you control. So summon from your extra deck 1 K9 Xyz monster with a different name by using that monster you control, and it's treated as an Xyz summon, and then transfers materials to the summon monster. That's cool. So you can turn any rank 5 into a K9 Xyz monster. So this clause of target 1 K9 Xyz or 1 rank 5 Xyz, this clause doesn't really make sense because the moment it says 1 rank 5 Xyz is pretty much any rank 5 Xyz. So they even have to even say this first effect and it will still be pretty decent. At the end of your battle phase, if your K9 monster battled this turn, so even the main deck monster, you can set this card from your grave. That's actually quite nice. You know, a bit of recyclability there. But this is not the one that sees play because if you notice, there's nothing important, nothing special about this. It's just, okay, you can rank up. It's like pretty much a rank up magic, but there's no effect. That's pretty much what this card is. And you can set it from your grave when your K9 monster battles. Okay, that's cool, but people want interactions. They want, you know, maximum value. So that's where this card comes in, the X-Force release. This is actually the better one because this one, right? This one is only it's any rank 5 Xyz, and you can use it on any part of the turn during the draw phase, standby phase, main phase, battle phase, main phase 2, end phase. Because you see, it doesn't say anywhere during this phase or whatever. But this one is only during the main phase, but there's a big trade-off there because you can see it says target so during the main phase, target a K9 Xyz you control. Then you summon from the extra deck one K9 Xyz with a different name, and you rank it up. That's fine, but now there's a bonus. Then you get to non-target destroy a card your opponent controls. So that immediately becomes a disruption. So we're going to talk about how the interaction is going to be when we get to the Xyz monsters, and you'll see why this card is more played over the release restraint, because this one is not really doing anything other than just ranking up an Xyz to another Xyz, but it's not doing anything. But this actually gives you an actual benefit because you rank up and then you also get to destroy a card non-targeting, which is actually a pretty powerful effect. Anything that non-targets, removes, or destroys a card or shuffles is pretty powerful. So this is really, really good. So this is optionally a one-off, or actually not even optionally. Like you obviously, if you want to play it, you can. But most decks I've seen don't really need to play it. But if you want to benefit the engine, I think this is a good card to run, because you'll see that there's actually Xyz that actually has an interaction with this, and you'll see why it's actually being played more often. So this is definitely the one you see more play than the release restraint. Then we have the trap. Like I said, I'm gonna go through it briefly, but I know for a fact people do not play this. You can look at OCG and TCG stats. Maybe in the beginning people were playing it, but again, what does this do? It summons a K9 from your hand or grave, so a normal main deck monster, and then you can rank it up into a Xyz monster, a K9 Xyz. But the monster is destroyed during the end phase of the next turn. So, okay, that's fine, but again, there's no other means of disruption, because something you have to play that gives you some sort of push or benefit. There's no benefit here. So this is not something that you want to, be playing versus the X-Force release, for example. So in terms of the actual play style, I think these are the two cards you can definitely not even consider, and I'm pretty sure these will be normal rarity, or even normal rarity when it comes out in the game, because these are not the cards people are going to be playing. But yeah, that's pretty much the main deck. Let's look at the extra deck quickly. And now, what do you take these monsters, what do you rank them up into if you're playing just the K9 stuff only? These are the new ones. So this is the K9 17 Ripper. So you'll notice it's pretty much the evolution of Yugioh that we spoke about. And what does this do? It's 2 level 5, so you can make this on your opponent's turn, or you can make it as part of your end board to be a disruption. Because you can detach a material from this card, add a K9 card from your deck to your hand, then if your opponent activated a monster effect this turn. So again, this turn, so it doesn't have to be in the hand or grave, just activated a monster effect this turn, can be even on the field. You can set one K9 quick play spell from your deck or graveyard. That's actually pretty cool, deck or grave. So worst case, if you had to discard the quick play for some reason because you hard opened it, that's totally fine, because you can just reset it with this card. So this actually is really good value in terms of your turn 1 enabler as part of your end board. But what makes it really crazy is that when your opponent activates a monster effect in the hand or grave, aka hand traps and whatnot, especially hand traps, you can detach a material from this card and negate the effect. Okay, cool, it doesn't destroy, but the fact that you have an answer to potentially a Nibiru or a hand trap, that's pretty good. And you can stop cards like Habakiri. You can stop cards like maybe a Draco Tail, but obviously Draco Tail will try and make sure that they do the chain link order correctly. But a key effect in the monster effect in the graveyard that might be pretty useful, you can negate it. If they want to reborn something, there's a quick effect, you can just negate it. So this is a very good combo piece turn 1, but also on your opponent's turn you can also make this. If they activate stuff from the hand or whatever, you can make this like on turn 0, and it's a pretty much on summon a hand trap thing. But usually you will see this normally on people's turn 1 end boards. Turn 2 they might make something else, if they are turn 0. So this is a very good card. and this is what makes also the engine quite versatile. So if you just want to play a very small canine package, you can literally just run 3 Zuna, 1 Lupus, 1 Ripper, and you're good to go. That's literally it. But it's okay. Then if you don't want to make that, there's also another target here. You can also make the Hound. So this is the kind of the evolution of Lupus by looking at the artwork. This one cannot be destroyed by battle or your opponent's card effects to turn a special summon. That's fine. Each time your opponent activates a monster effect, this card gains 500 attack when that effect resolves. Okay, that's decent. But again, is there a disruption? Well, we'll see later, because once per turn during the standby phase, you can attach a material, then target one card in the field, banish it. Okay, but that's only for the standby phase. But now you're going to be potentially summoning this on your opponent's turn. By that point, they'll probably deal with it anyway, because yes, it can't be destroyed by battle or by your opponent's card effects to turn it as special summon. But I mean, they can probably get rid of it before the standby phase, so it's not really that good. So people don't really play this card more often. There's obviously better rank 5s out there, so that's also something you can consider. But you can run this if you want to, but it's not going to do anything like adding to the board or anything. So your Ripper is obviously better than the Hound, so that's there. But then we got a new Xyz monster that came out later. Same with the Noroi, we also got another Xyz monster. So you notice Izuna is basically Ripper, the Lupus is pretty much the Hound. Now what about the Jokul and the Lantern? Well, you can see in the artwork it's pretty much the two of them, right? So it's K966X Jax. Okay, it's a rank 5 Dark Fiend. Also it's 2 level 5s, right? But then this is actually pretty good, because if this card is Xyz summoned, or if your opponent activates a monster effect in the hand or grave, so that means it's basically on the next chain link. So it's not something that you can destroy in the same chain, because once you've activated the monster effect in the hand or grave, then it will start a new chain to potentially do something. But usually it's on Xyz summon. You can detach a material, then target a monster on the field, destroy it. That's actually pretty decent. That's a way better disruption than summoning the Hound, because at least on the opponent's turn you can actually do something, potentially disrupt, further extension or whatever. That's actually pretty good. Or you can wait until they activate a monster in the hand or grave, and then you can target any other monster on the field. So it's actually giving you a choice. So instead of on Xyz summon, you can wait till they activate a monster effect in the hand or grave, and then you can go and destroy a monster on the field. That's actually pretty good. Then it also has a benefit when a K9 Xyz monster has this card's material. So during any turn in which an opponent has activated a monster effect in the hand or grave, any battle damage this card inflicts to your opponent is doubled. So remember, any battle damage on monsters, on direct attacks, double damage. So that's kind of crazy, because it doesn't say any damage inflicted to your opponent's monsters is doubled. Any damage inflicted to your opponent is doubled. So it's, if this card is under an Xyz monster, that's pretty crazy. So again, it just facilitates OTKs, ways to close out the game earlier. So it's also a very good strategy for also just trying to, close out games, because all these monsters are pretty high attack, and you can spam at least 3 or 4 of them, and that's what, minimum 8,000. So, and because if you potentially have the case of K9 on field, then that just becomes even more broken. So that's actually really nice. But yeah, it's also good for, having that extra versatility of, facilitating OTKs, and that's what it is. So you got the rank 5s, but now we have 2 more rank 9s. So we have obviously the cover of the selection pack, the headliner, the K9X Werewolf. This is the rank 9. It's also generic. You can see 2 level 9. So if your deck can make level 9s, by all means make this card. But you can obviously rank it up with the X-Force release from a rank 5. And what does it actually do? Well, it's 3,300, 2,500 defense, so not bad. And while this card has material, it can attack a number of times each battle phase, up to number of materials attached to it. So if it has 2 materials, it can attack twice. If it has 1 material, it can attack once, like a normal monster, right? So it's good if you have 2 materials. It's actually pretty good. Pretty good. But why is this card actually quite kind of crazy, right? When your opponent activates a card or effect, quick effect, you can detach 1 material from this card, then activate this effect depending on whose turn it is. So again, think about the scenario. It's either your turn or your opponent's turn. So if it's your own turn, you banish up to 1 card each from your opponent's field and grave. Now it says up to, so it's not like Sword Soul Chen Ying, which checks there must be a card on the field and grave. It says up to 1 card each. So if there's only a card on the field, you can banish a card on the field. You don't have to necessarily banish also a card in grave. So it's up to. So when it says up to, it doesn't say you must banish both. So it's better than Sword Soul Chen Ying, because Sword Soul Chen Ying has to check there must be a card in the graveyard and the field for it to even activate its effect, because it says you must banish. You can target 1 card on the field and in the grave banish both. Whereas this one says banish up to. So it's non-targeting, by the way. So it's actually really, really powerful if it's your own turn. Or if it's your opponent's turn, which is most of the time it's happening, you can look at your opponent's hand and banish 1 card face up from it until the end phase. So if it's a potential combo piece or a monster, let's say, for example, they activate a monster effect they want to summon from the hand, you can actually detach a material, look at the hand, and then get rid of it. So it's almost like hand knowledge of sorts, because you look at the hand and also I can snap a card from it until the end phase. Yes, you get it back, but I've kind of ripped up potentially a combo piece, or maybe an extender, or maybe holding on a hand trap, or I don't know, but it's a very very useful card. So this card is not a bad card at all. It's actually a really good card. And again, it also facilitates OTK enables, because if you can just make the situation of, let's say a Ripper can actually search your force release. Ripper will probably have 1 material. Now you rank it up into the Werewolf. Werewolf will have 2 materials. And in addition to that, you pop the card that your opponent controls. Then you also have 2 attacks on Werewolf, plus another monster on field maybe. So it's really making it easy for you to OTK the game, which is really, really nice. So it's a really good option for the X-Force release target. There's also another one, which is the Ripper Millennia, or in the TCG it's the Ripper M. I don't know why they didn't want to put the Millennia there. Maybe not to confuse it with Millennium. But this is basically the final evolution of the Izuna, basically. Because Izuna went to Ripper, now Ripper is now this. So the ultimate form, basically, whatever it is. So it's a rank 9 again. What does this do? If this card attacks a defense position monster and inflict piercing damage, that's okay. Cool. Doesn't gain bonus attacks or anything, it's just there. If this card is special summoned by a K9 spell trap effect, you can target up to 2 cards in your opponent's graveyard and or banishment, shuffle them into the deck. So will that be useful? Well, you see, this depends on how and when you summon it, because if you summon it in the correct chain link order, you could potentially disrupt your opponent somehow. You could, but in most cases, not really. It just depends how practical it is. It's decent, but it's not amazing. When your opponent activates a monster effect, quick effect, you can attach 2 materials from this card, negate that effect, then destroy a card to the field. So it's actually pretty decent, but you need to have 2 materials underneath it to negate, again, a monster effect, and then it basically becomes a board wipe because it destroys everything, including itself. So it's not as amazing as compared to Werewolf, but it is an option. If you really like have on a last resort, you need something to rank up to with the force release or something, this is an option, but I wouldn't say it's the most amazing option. You might as well just run 2 copies of Werewolf if you really wanted to have some more resilience of sorts, but you can get away with 1, that's totally fine. It just depends on your extra deck space, because again, there are other good rank 5 Xyz monsters that you want to summon, and that we'll look at in another video to see what deck lists people are and what Xyz monsters people are running to do that. But I can think of 1. There's one which is I think it's a Sky Blaster. Yeah, this one, the Valon. Valon, the Super Sky or Sky Blaster. This one was kind of like a support card indirectly for K9. Similar to Secretarion Dragon for Draco Tail. This is what we got for K9. And this is actually pretty broken because it's 2 level 5s. And during the main phase, quick effect, you can detach a material from this card. Basically do a Book of Moon. That's pretty cool. And also, when it's into the grave, anyway, just target a face-down card and destroy it. So it's also quite decent as well. If you deal with it and there's a back row for your opponent, deal with it. And even on your own field. So worst case, it could be useful in most situations where it might destroy your own card. I don't know, but you can target any face-down card on the field. But usually for your opponent, that's where the effect will come in. So this is one of the examples that you could use to summon on your opponent's turn. If you don't want to make Ripper, you can also summon this. But there's also other ones as well. Obviously, there's the Nash Knight, which is the Chaos Xyz. Let me see. Okay, let me just do a full TO. Yeah, there it is, Nash Knight. This is another very good, powerful one. You will see this, more often. You will definitely see this more play because what does this do? Main phase, quick effect, detach 2 materials, then attach 1 number Xyz monster from your extra deck between 101 and 107. Then you can attach a face-up monster on the field to this card. So this does require you having extra Xyz monsters in your deck to make it work, but why not? This is also a disruption as well too. So it's really it's a really good option. And not just that, there are also other rank 5s you can also explore. But like I said, we'll look at it more when we look at actual deck lists and see what people are coming up with, as well as obviously how people have been utilizing the engine in general, and obviously what tips you can use to maximize playing this engine. So in terms of rarities, let's just conclude on this, right? So we know Joku is a UR, that's guaranteed. We suspect Izuna also to be a UR because it's the hand trap, it's the good card. People are going to be playing this card. It'll be very weird if they make this card an SR. I don't know. The card I expect to be an SR is probably the Lupus. The Lantern might be a rare. Noroi might be a UR, but I won't be surprised if it's an SR as well. The case of K9 will probably be a UR because it's a searcher. I think the quick play spells will be a normal or rare, and then obviously the trap card will probably be a normal. In terms of the extra deck, Ripper might be a UR, definitely. The Hound I think might be an SR. The Jax might be a UR/SR. The Werewolf definitely is going to be a UR. If it's an animation, it's going to have a UR. So I suspect this will be a UR, and again, this one also might be a SR as well. But again, I could be wrong. I don't know. There's another card that I want to talk about just before we close this out, and you'll see that it's at the bottom there. Chaotic Elements. If you want to make your deck a bit more your engine more consistent enough, then you can consider running Chaotic Elements. So why would you run this card? Well, first of all, it adds a level 5 or higher light or dark, pyro or aqua. And guess what? You have dark pyro and you have dark aqua in the form of Joku and Lantern. So you can search both of those cards from the deck or graveyard. So even on the effect of Duel, you can actually still search, provided they're already in the graveyard already. Then if you have 3 or more pyros and or aquas in your graveyard, you can destroy one card on the field. That rarely comes up, but it could happen that way if you have 3 or more pyros, which is very unlikely. The other effect isn't so relevant, but if your opponent controls a monster, either light or dark pyro or aqua, so aka Ryziel, you can banish this card from your grave, then target one monster your opponent controls, take control of it until the end phase. I don't think Ryziel will be as strong, given that Ryziel Cross is banned, so we'll probably see less Ryziel, but there might still be Ryziel players out there, so I would consider this still a one-off, definitely. And also it's a normal spell, so it's a search target off thrust if you want to have extra consistency as well. It'll give you access to your Lantern, your Joku, then you can keep playing the game. So it's a really good option. Now you'll see at the bottom, I obviously have the decks that obviously will benefit, And I think that will be really interesting to see how, you know, these decks will obviously impact. So like I was mentioning, there's obviously Cyber Dragon, that's obviously level 5. A lot of levels 5s in the deck can definitely benefit off the Canine engine. Very, very good. I'm playing it, obviously going to be playing it with Super Quant, because Red Layer, I won't lie, Red Layer is becoming infinitely better over time, because initially when this card was announced, I didn't really see a purpose why we have Red Layer, because it will summon, yes, for free, but it didn't really have a purpose other than returning a Super Quan card. But now, since there's, you know, new support that came out, this card became more important. And then also now with the canines, it also facilitates that thing of, okay, you can actually modulate now your Super Quants into canine monsters, because now if you look at the Super Quan cards, you actually have wait, where's the coin cards? Okay, but basically you have access to level modulation in the form of Zayton and Alphen that can become level 5. So your Canine can bridge into Super Quan, your Super Quan can bridge into Canine. The same way with Cyber Dragon can bridge into both. Crystron can also do the same thing, can bridge directly into Canine, or Canine can bridge into Crystron. That's also a strategy there. I think Sharks, you can say yes, Sharks can also bridge to Canine, but I'm not sure if Canine can bridge into Sharks, so we'll have to see there. And then of course, the deck that everyone is more interested in is the Vanquish Soul stuff. Now there's 2 level 5s in that deck, is Xiaolong and the Holy Su. So you can actually reveal them off Joku and you can summon it. But it's really just you know, how you're gonna play the deck. Obviously if you're playing Vanquish Soul, you're gonna max out all the K9 cards, because literally they are like your best friend. But even also for these other decks as well, you're obviously going to try and max out the engine as far as possible. I think with Super Quan it's a bit different, because I want to take a different approach, because yes, the Super Quan cards are decent, but the Canine cards make it a whole lot better. So obviously I'll be experimenting to see what will be the best way to play it. Now I've been currently playing it with Mitsurugi at the moment. Now I could always take out Mitsu and then just focus pure on Canine and Super Quan only. But I think for Master Duel, the way it is, I think I'll be exploring it more, just playing all 3 of them, because that'll give me the best possible end board that I can, and the most interactions that I can have. So I'll explain in a separate video why I think Super Quant will be a very good engine for Super Quant will be very beneficial playing with K9. Just showing you the combos you can do directly, so you can see, oh, here's the bridge between K9 and Super Quan, here's the bridge between Super Quan and K9, and there's actually some synergy. So because our combos allow it to do it, because we technically also have pseudo rank 5 or level 5s, so that can be a play. So that's really what you know, the deck can really do. So that I'll be covering that in a separate video, obviously. But of course, like I said, Vanquish Soul is probably going to be the best version. Next to that, probably Crystron. But I'll be exploring more, are going to be more on the Super Quan focus. But like I said, it's either a choice of playing, either for me, either playing K9 Super Quan or K9 Mitsu with Super Quan. It just depends on what the meta will be, because we don't know. Because and also I'll also explain there why I'm also thinking about playing the Mitsu as well, because I think that will give you the best chance into the meta that we're facing right now, because Mitsurugi is still going to be there. So you want to have also options to kind of counteract them as well. So yeah, I'll cover that more in detail, as well as what deck lists I've come up with for my version. But of course, when we get to Master Duel, we'll see how it goes. But I think that is it. But okay, nonetheless, the main takeaways from this is that every K9 card basically has some sort of interaction. Either, you know, your opponent uses the monster effect, you're obviously going to have some sort of response, either Izuna or Lupus, or depending on what's going to happen. We're just going to rely on, you know, your opponent's definitely going to interact with you. They're definitely going to activate hand traps. So obviously Master Duel is going to feel like, hey, I'm getting hand trapped here, we should get punished. So I don't know. And mind you, this deck doesn't do crazy combos. Like if you just play, if you only have super comp plays only, or not super comp players, if you only have K9 cards only, you can actually just do very minimal play and still have so much interruption. So K9 cards, don't think of it as, oh, I'll just hand traps and that's it. They can actually just kind of do quite a bit. I mean, maybe 3 or 4 interruptions minimum, I'm thinking. But that's still pretty impressive. They're not doing 15-step combos or 10-minute combos. No, it's nothing like that. It's just very simple. Summon this, activate that, search that, finish, done. Set up, you play on your opponent's turn, and that's it. So, if you are tired of being hand trapped, I think K9 is the answer for you. Even if you're not even playing level 5s in your deck, you can get away with just a small package of Izuna, Lupus, and one of the extra deck monsters, Ripper, or the Valon that I showcased earlier, or even the Jax. It's entirely up to you, but it's just giving you more, again, resilience to the metagame right now. And I think the metagame is going to shake up a lot, especially with, you know, everyone activating cards all over the show. So it's good to have that extra push. So I think it's a lot to consider. But yeah, I think that's just, again, this has just been pretty much an introduction to the new cards and what it will do definitely for Master Duel. I think it will definitely change the way people play. So you have to always consider, hey, these guys will be running on K9. So just to close it off, I think definitely we may have to consider playing this. Let me just kill the filters here. We may have to consider bringing back Perelia, because given the fact that you're expecting K9 to just come out of nowhere, I think maybe Perelia might be a miracle. I don't know. Yes, it's not that good, but let's be honest. Nowadays, people are summoning cards from their hand anyway, so even just a normal summon, one draw is better than nothing. So yeah, because let's be honest, people are not going to be focusing on Perelia, but they're focusing more on Full Loss. But now I think because K9's coming out, Vanquish Soul's coming out, you know, these decks will activate cards from the hand or summon from the hand a lot. So you really will hurt them if you're going to summon, you know, Perelia. I think it's really might be a call now finally in a format where Perelia might actually be a thing. Because remember, there's no side deck, so we can't now just side out triple Perelia because we can. But it's just really how it is. So yeah, I think it's a lot to think about. But of course, you guys will let me know in the comments how you feel about the K9 cards. I know the chat has their opinion on the K9 cards. Some like it, some don't. But hey, that's Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Some cards you're not gonna like, some cards you're gonna like, but sometimes it's necessary. Okay, just imagine if K9 was not played like this. I mean, would people really care? No, but again, every Yu-Gi-Oh era, there's always cards that change the way the game is played. And I think K9 is one of them, because it literally is the anti-hand trap deck, pretty much. You activate something, I get to play the game. And I think, isn't that what everyone wants, especially in the best of one for Master Duel specifically? Sure, OCG and TCG, they have the side deck, so you can obviously design your side deck and all of that to kind of play around, okay, the matchup. But in Master Duel, you don't have that luxury. So your best weapon is actually to play the thing that actually counters, you know, the meta. So why not? And if you can, I don't see a reason to. Obviously, if you can play it, sure. If you can't, then yeah, it is what it is. So again, let me know what you guys think about it, and stick around for the next set of videos where I will be covering, obviously, you know, basic combos, especially, you know, in Super Quant, because I'll be the one that will be showcasing what it is in Super Quant. I obviously, if we'll get to Crystron once it actually comes on the Master Duel, but I've been obviously playing it with Super Quant longer, so I've been testing it OCG format, TCG format. I have a lot of crazy replays. If you want to see those replays, I have a Discord where I show all my links for some of those replays. You'll see some of the insane plays I have. In the TCG, it's more heavily nerfed there, and it's still playing well. So I think it really does show that how resilient and how crazy the K9 cards can be. But again, it's all the choice of the player, so you build it as you want it. But I think this deck, or should I say this engine, will definitely benefit a lot of decks. And I think the meta might come to a case of now, a little bit more playable, I can say that. But of course, there's other issues that we won't get into, but you guys will let me know how you feel about it. So yeah, thanks for watching, and we'll see you on the next video. This is K9. We're out. Okay, so this is these are the cards, right? So now let's go into some theory crafting here. Let's go into some theory crafting, because I think this is where I think you brought up a good point, Zero. Consistency matters, but even then, the most consistent deck out there can still brick. That's the reality of Master Duel, because like you said, the shuffler is bad, and it's really not something that you know. Yes, we can build consistency, but you brick. You want to build the deck to kind of have a more hand traps and whatever, but you still brick. Like, it just, I don't know, it's really up and down. Because this is currently the one I've been exploring in the OCG, right? So you can see this is currently my OCG list, right? This is what I was playing on the simulators. This is what I was playing most of the replays. So I was initially playing a heavy Mitsurugi package. Obviously, I toned it down like I was playing it now in Master Duel, same thing, but it just now, this is what, obviously using the OCG ban list, but now remember, we have Joker at 2. So the logic is, obviously, I had to change it up specifically for Master Duel. So, and you can see, if I had to run a shuffler check, because this I can tell if it's consistent enough. And when I say consistent, at least it's playable, right? If we can just randomize, so if you shuffle, you can see the hands will tell you what's going on, right? So you can see this is a play. Look at that. This is Noroi, Zayton, Izuna, a case of K9, and Mitsurugi. So I have all 3 engines in one hand. If I'm going first or second, I'm literally chilling, because if I'm going second, I have Izuna live. I can make plays on the opponent's turn, and then I can keep going. And then obviously, if I'm going first, this is pretty much like I can pretty much play the game, because Mitsurugi's there. I can play K9, and then I can obviously go Zayton, and then I can bridge into the Quan engine, because I can make Ripper and the Magna Liger, and then I can special summon the Zayton and combo from there. So all in all, it's not so bad. Even this hand as well, with Red Layer, Fairy Zayton, Layer 19, okay, 2 Fairy Elfins, not ideal, but the hand is playable. It's not bad. It's okay. Same thing here. Red Layer, the Super Quan Trap, Call by the Grave, Italy. It's not bad. Even here, Mitsurugi, Ash, Zayton, Pre-Prep, Lupus. Lupus is not bad to discard, because I can get it from the grave anyway. That's perfect. This is Thrust, which is basically a Chaotic Elements potentially. I got Blue Layer. I got Troll if I'm going second. I got Green Layer, and I also have Fool Loss. So going first or going second, not bad. Even here, White Layer, Black Layer, Talents, and Mitsurugi Prayer. That's also not bad, because that's Mitsurugi line and also Super Quan, because I have the discard for the White Layer. So that's also a combo. Even here, I got Force Release, I got Chaotic Elements, I got Joker, I got Lantern, and I got Italy. Not bad, right? So you see, I'm going throughout my entire deck. Every 5-card hand is somewhat playable, right? Now, like you're saying, how often will I get these hands? Highly unlikely, because shufflers work differently in different games. But I've never had issues when I'm playing this version, because it just feels good. This is just OCG ban list, by the way, and even with Joku being at 1, doesn't really change in much, because it can still play the game normally. There is an option of, obviously, like I said, cutting out the Mitsu engine completely, right? Which is also fine. And obviously then you focus on more the 3 Zuna, 2 Joko, more heavy K9 engine, then you're fine. Not a problem. I can also do that too. So that's why now you'll see, I've come up with actually like almost like 3 sets of lists in a way. So this is my initial list, right? So let me just take this out so you can see Master Duel, right? So you can see this is taking into account Izuna's at 3. This is Jokul at 2. I'm playing more Lantern, and I'm playing more Lupus because, guaranteed or not, they're gonna find a way to deal with your Lupus. You want to have a second one. So this is literally just maxing out the K9 engine completely and playing it like this. Then this is just purely focused on K9 Supercorn only, no Mitsu at all. So this is one option I can try and master duel, and I'll see how it fares. And then the other version is now with the Mitsu package still. So we'll see. You'll see there. This is version 2. Yeah, version 2 is with the Mitsu package, but again, still emphasizing the fact that we have 3 Izuna, 2 Jokul. So again, you're still running more or less heavy K9 package. Then we're technically playing Mitsurugi like TCG, where Habakiri is at 1. Because trust me, I've been playing TCG, K9 Mitsu Supercorn, and Habakiri, I still see it. So it's like, it's fine. But again, it can obviously be a version we can explore, but it's all just in concept right now. Literally all in concept. So we don't know what's going to be the best version to play for Supercorn, that is, we don't know, but we definitely can experiment. We can obviously see when it actually comes out how it's going to fare in the meta, and we'll see what it is. So in terms of the extra deck, I'm playing the Valon, I'm playing the Ripper, I'm playing the Jax, and I'm playing the Werewolf. The Millennia is a bit optional. It might be a switch because I am playing Gorgon and Little Knight, because Little Knight is still pretty good. Then obviously Gorgon, we all know why Gorgon's here, because it does help, like, you know, out some difficult monsters and stuff. Now you're probably saying, okay, I could run Masquerina. Yeah, I could do that. I could, but again, it's just experimenting for now. It's just a theory. Not saying it's going to be 100% the way to play it, but again, this is what I've just been theory crafting, exploring. And if you look at the shuffle again, how consistent is it? Well, you can see we have Izuna. If we're going second, we're pretty much good there. We have Case of K9, which is also good for going first. We also have a blue layer, because we can establish a Nibiru check before we do our Supercon plays. So this can add Jokul. Jokul can reveal Izuna, and then send Lupus already, and then really make Ripper, make Lantern, and you already got your rank 5 Magna Liger on field, plus a Ripper before you make your Supercon plays. I think this is a pretty decent hand for first and second, because you also have Feather Duster here. In terms of this hand, you have Lupus, you have Ghost Spell, you have Chaotic Elements, you have Jokul, and also you have Blue Layer. So again, you got a consistent hand again, because you can just reveal Lupus, summon Lupus. It's a playable hand there. And then here you got Italy, you got Lantern, you got White Layer. These are plays. Okay, going first because you have full loss, but going second, not bad. I mean, worst case, you got plays. So that's pretty good. Even here, you got Izuna, you got Layer 19, you got Droplet, you got Maxi, and you got Red Layer. It's actually not bad, because you can actually start off with, this is combo. Layer and Red Layer and the Layer 19 is literally full combo, because this will set your trap. You obviously can add back the quick play. You can make blue, and then combo from there. If you get hand trapped at any point, Izuna is live. Perfect. Now, like we're saying, is it consistent enough that we'll get all the hands? No. It's not that consistent. We don't know, but based on this is consistent enough. Even the other one I showed you with the Mitsu, it's more or less you got playable hands every time, but obviously it depends on the matchup as well. So you'll still see Draco Tail, yes, you'll still see a bit of Yummy, but you'll obviously see a bit of Vanquisol K9 that will also be there. We'll see K9 Kustron maybe, so only time will tell. If we go first, we're pretty much good to go, because Magnus obviously with other things is a bit wild, so that's always a consideration. So having said so, let's talk about this quickly. Let us talk about it. Let me see. Masterduel combo. Yeah, this is So this is the other one. This is the other one that I've been looking at. This is the one that like the main concept. Take into account everything, and we're just going all in here, literally all in. So this is an option for those who want to obviously explore, you know, playing this in Super Quant, because you do have obviously the red layer being kind of the bridge of sorts. If you open it with Jokel or with the case of K9, you can do some plays there. So let me see if I can just do this quickly. Just one moment. Let me sort this out. Let me see. Let's see here. Okay. Okay, are we still okay? You guys can still see this the game, right? I can still see it. I hope you can. Okay. Just want to get this set up here. Where did I put this? I put this somewhere. I think I have to make it again. I put all the cards in one place. I don't know why I didn't it didn't say, but in any case, I'll just showcase this for now. I'll just showcase this for now, so it's fine. All right, YouTube. So this is again another part of the series of videos where we're showcasing K9, but specifically in Super Quant, and why I believe it is a very good engine to run. You know, because it's actually a boost for the deck. And you can see on the screen, you can see a kind of a sample list that I came up with, given that, you know, we got the confirmation of the K9 cards coming in, and obviously with Jokel being at 2 is huge, because, and also Azuna being at 3 is also big, because it means you can run a more heavy K9 engine. So based on that, there's actually many ways to play the Super Quant version. So you can obviously play it like this, K9 Super Quant, or I'm going to show you just now, there's another version you can play. You can also play it with the Mitsu Super Quant as well. So given the fact that, okay, yes, you have pretty much the K9 cards at full power, just Joku's at 2, but that does nothing. But you still want to obviously maximize your interactions with your opponent. And also, another reason why I'm considering playing this version also is because this is the one that gives me the highest ceiling, in the sense of, okay, if my one line of play stops, I can go to the next one, and so on and so forth. So there's 3 engines in the deck. Obviously there's Mitsurugi, and then there's K9, and then there's Super Quant. Obviously your main play, the whole strategy, of course, is to turbo out Magnus, right? Obviously Magnus is the boss monster of Super Quant, but sometimes Super Quant also needs to have also like a layer of protection as well. So it's good to always have layered interaction, because yes, while this card is good, it's not invincible to the point where now no one can deal with it. It can be outed, so you rather have other things for your opponent to be basically distracted on. So what do I mean by that? So obviously, if you notice, we are playing crossout in this deck. So the nice thing about playing crossout is it may come up where you may want to cross out certain cards because you know you have them in the deck. So for example, if you know an opponent is playing case of K9, or they're playing an Izuna, you can literally cross out Izuna because you know, okay, hey, I'm also playing K9 package as well in my deck. The same thing with Mitsurugi. Worst case, you can also cross out the Purification, or vice versa. So it just depends, because even though you might not see your Mitsurugi cards in your opening hand, they're in your deck. So worst case, you can always they can always become a cross out target. So that's how, you know, you could actually use it to your advantage as well, not just for playing as part of the combo, but also can be a potential cross-out target, especially the K9 package, because you can call Izuna, then your Izuna is not going to activate for them, but it's still might be activatable for you. So that's pretty interesting. So that can come up, and even the Jokul, or even the X-Force release, you can even literally cross out that. Yeah, sometimes you're like, why would you cross out that? Because maybe you didn't open it, and maybe you have a play already, or in the grind game or whatever. So cool, if it's in your deck still, call it negate, call it ritual, call whatever. So every card will have its purpose, right? But I think what's really interesting about this version is that, like I said, the end board is actually quite nice, and also there's actual synergy with playing the K9 cards with Super Quan, because remember, it's not just Red Lair being a level 5. The fact that your Fairy Alphen can modulate all the other monsters on the field to become level 5, and also Zayton also can turn into a level 5 inherently itself. It's basically more copies of a level 5, but obviously Red Lair is the pure level 5, but the others are basically pseudo level 5. And I actually have some combos that I can actually showcase in terms of, to give you like a basic idea of how, you know, K9 interacts with Super Quan, and vice versa. So there's actually a cool combo that I can show you. Now obviously all these combos are always 2-card combos, because if it was 1-card combo, it would be a bit too broken, but that's also fine too. It's always good to have a combination of cards, so in case one gets disrupted, you can still keep going, and vice versa. So these are just, again, these are deck concepts. Of course, when it comes to Master Duel, we're obviously going to try out, you know, K9 Super Quan, K9 Mitsu Super Quan. You can obviously, we may even explore even K9 as a pure deck. We can do that, but that's when we get to Master Duel, we can do all that testing, whatever. But I think for now, this is what I've been playing for so long. So I can definitely say with confidence that this is definitely a way to play the deck. Not like, I mean, others are fine. There are other Super Quan variants like Fiendsmith Super Quan and all of that, but you'll realize very quickly, Fiendsmith doesn't really do much compared to what the K9 cards do, because yes, Fiendsmith does play well under draw, right? It's only there for one thing, to literally make a Caesar. What does Caesar do? Literally there to counter Nibiru. And that's the thing, it's only there to counter Nibiru. That's it. That was like the main play why you would run the Fiendsmith line, is just to make a Caesar for just Nibiru only. But what about other hand traps? So that's where Ripper is a bit better, because it's just taking into account any monster effect. Yes, it still loses to Imperm like Caesar, but this is actually more versatile than Caesar. And actually, this is actually a lot easier compared to the extra deck space that you have to commit to when you're playing Fiendsmith. So this is requiring your main deck monsters to turn into this. So it's actually a lot better to run this than Fiendsmith. So even you saw now in recent times, even though I was saying, oh, I'm playing Fiendsmith's package, it rarely came up, because there were times where, like, I don't even know why I was even playing Fiendsmith in the first place, because there was a combo with Italy that was a 1-card combo with 2 discards to make Caesar and also Magnus, but it wasn't giving the max material. So that combo wasn't always like the most fragile thing out there, but it was a good option at the time. But then of course K9 makes it a hell of a lot easier, so it's perfectly fine too. So that's why I think this is I think the best version, in my opinion. Of course, it's always my opinion. I'm not saying this is, you should 100% play this deck the way like I'm playing it. People are playing it with other variants, that's totally fine. People are liking the Mitsu version, just Mitsu Super Quan, that's fine. But I like to add extra things, because I've noticed in my recent games, I like to always have that extra push and give that surprise factor to my opponent. Say, hey, I also have other plays too, so don't think you can think the game is over. There's still other plays I can do. I mean, yes, there are some workarounds we can play, but I think this is a very good concept that we can explore. And I think I'm quite excited for it, because especially in the best of one, it's very sometimes a bit like we're saying, shuffler is a bit weird and all that stuff. So hopefully it gives us a little bit more of a, you know, more ways to play the game of sorts. So yeah, I do have some combos actually that I can show you. Like I said, just like, you know, what the best possible end board is, as well as what the interactions are. Because once you see what the interactions are, then you'll see like, oh wow, this is what our best end board is, as well as, you know, what other combos we can do in the deck as well. So what I'll do, I'll show you basically the bridge between, you know, Super Coin and how it can go into K9 under 5 summons, and also making a full combo with just, you know, basically 2 cards in hand. So I'll show you that combo, and then I'll also show you the best possible end board, and then I'll talk you through what the interactions could be given the situation that it could come up. So I think that we'll do that, and then you'll see for yourself if that's convincing for you or not. So let's get on to those combos now. Okay, so let me go to the replay section. So this is the one. Okay, this is so the way I did this, it was basically a way to simulate the opponent has Nibiru in hand, but then only have 2 cards. So we're gonna treat it like obviously it's the first turn play. Let's see. Yeah. So this is the 2-card combo that I was talking about. So obviously you can see I kind of fixed it in such a way that it was a hand test, but that card in hand is Nibiru. Okay. That card is Nibiru, because let's assume, okay, the card is Nibiru. What can you do with this 2 cards in hand only? Mind you, you will have 3 other cards in your hand, so the combo will either become infinitely better or not. But what if you only have 2 cards? This is what you can do. Now we know blue layer is full combo, right? We all know that blue layer is full combo. But what we didn't know is that since now we have the K9 cards, red layer actually is the one we're going to summon first, and then we go from there. And you're probably thinking, but now how? Because red layer doesn't have anything to add or whatever. You'll see, because you already know blue layer is literally full combo. So you're going to see now what's going to happen. So we're going to special summon the red layer, normal summon the blue. Blue is going to add the Zayton, which is part of the normal combo, right? It's just now we have red layer on field. Zayton's going to summon from the hand. Now notice this is 3 summons. We're going to send the spike for cost, and we're going to summon the Alpha. And what do you notice? This is 4 summons. Now you're probably thinking, how do we get into the K9 bridge? Well, what did I say about Alpha earlier? If you look at the effect, not a hard once per turn, but a soft once per turn, because what you can do, you can target a supercon monster you control. All monsters you currently control become that monster's level. So it literally modulates all the monsters on your side of the field. Even if it's a level 7 or level 8, you can make it a level 5. So that's actually pretty cool. So we're going to activate that effect now. Now we have 2 level 5s. Now we can go into Ripper. This is the 5th summon. And mind you, we haven't used the tribute effect of Alphen to go further into our combo. So now we make Ripper, which already gives us protection for anti-hand trap, and also it's under 5 summons. And you see there, let's say the opponent has Nibiru, you're like, oh my gosh, now I'm shocked now. No. They could have activated this card later or not. It doesn't really matter, because you have an answer for it. Right? This is so remember, Fiendsmith was doing some other things to mess up kind of your combo a little bit. This is going directly a part of your combo. You are making a Nibiru or anti-hand trap thing under 5 summons already. And I can just negate it. And notice, with this combo specifically, you have to negate, you have to send the blue layer. Even if they don't have a hand trap, you have to send the blue layer. You could also send the red layer, but you'll see why it's going to be important. So it just depends what's happening. But in my case, I decided to negate I detached the blue layer first, and you'll see why. So you have Nibiru negated, that's fine. Now we go white layer or Alphen. Reveal 3. You reveal the same that you revealed before. The white layer, the red, and the black. Now in this case, the white layer was summoned. So you're going to do this. White layer is going to activate. Black layer is gonna activate. Red layer is gonna reborn the blue. Get the quick play spell. Send the white layer the second one. Add a fairy alpha. Gonna activate the field spell. So you notice there I had to detach both materials, right, to get the Izuna. So the reason why I do this is because the opponent activated a monster effect in the hand, activating the Nibiru. So it turns on Izuna on your own turn. Yes, you could use it for your opponent's turn, but you can literally search something else if you already have Izuna in your hand. And also because your opponent activated a monster effect this turn, you can set their quick play spell, which is a force release, right? So now you can go normal into the black layer, or you can special the black layer. Black layer is going to go into the Lusterex, and you're going to equip the red. Now, remember, you still need to have ways to have your 3 Xyz monsters, right? So right now we have the white attribute or the light attribute, and then we also now have, you know, the blue layer, as well as now we need to have another Xyz. So how are we going to do that? Discard a card, which is the one that you search off white layer, which is the other Alphen. So you can make blue, and now you're probably thinking, okay, now how do we get the third Xyz out? Well, Izuna is here, right? You're going to attach the other one for equip. Izuna is going to summon, send Lupus. Lupus is going to trigger as well, and there you go. Look at that. So because of that, now you have your rank 5 Xyz. And remember, it's not locking into any canines only, it's any Xyz. So guess what? You now go into the third one, the Magna Liger. Now you can make your Magnus. And notice, this is 9 material Magnus. 9 material Magnus. Yes, you lose your hand trap, your monster effect in the hand or graveyard negate, but you don't care. The fact that you have the X-Force release, it's basically a disruption as well, because you can turn this into a rank 9, and then you can also destroy a card your opponent controls. Mind you, you still have a Magnus underneath all of that. So 9 materials, you can spin at least 3 cards, and also you're going to get value, because obviously if you discard the loop, if you detach the Lupus, it will reborn potentially again on your opponent's turn, and it can do further plays for extension and whatever. And mind you, just with red and blue, no other cards in hand was used, and this was kind of the line. Now yes, the only thing that was lucky there in terms of the combo was the what do you send off Alphen, which is the red, the white, or the black. In this case, the black layer first. So it's literally just a matter of what card combination you get, but depending on what you do, you always will have access to a rank 5. That's the main thing. The main thing is you will have access to the rank 5 because of the canine engine. So all you have to do is just get the other 2 ranks that you want, the rank 3 or the rank 7 or even the rank 4, depending on what you have. And then you can make 9 material Magnus with a potential disruption of going into a werewolf, or you can go into the Jax, which would be actually 2 disruptions, because you can destroy a card and also you can destroy a monster. So that's up to 3 interactions you could have just based on that. So it's actually quite insane that with just 2 Super Quan cards, you go into your Canine Bridge as well as your end board, which is Magnus, which is what you want. So you see, we're not changing the strategy, it's just the same thing. Now you have an extra layer of interaction. And this is just with red and blue. So obviously blue could have been, Italy, it could have been the Mini Marlin, it could have been any way to get access to blue. Red layer on field plus blue can give you this minimal combo if you have nothing else. Of course, if you have other plays, you could still do other things, but it's really up to you what you do. But the main play is you make Ripper, Alphen, you send those 3, whatever you get, you'll combo off from there. But this is actually pretty impressive. So this is just with blue and red. Now let me show you a combo which is like the best potential you could have in terms of the ceiling of this deck. Let me just show you that. So let me show you that. So this is actually no, this is version 1. Is this version 1? Yeah, this is yeah, this is again the same thing, but now adding the fact that we also have a pre-prep. So pre-prep is basically full Mitsurugi engine, and this is the same combo we showed earlier of the blue and the red. So let's see how it's going to work out here. Normal red, blue gonna get Zayton's gonna summon. So we saw this before, right? But now just showing you the best possible end board you could make. Under 5 summons, this is the 4th summon. And you're gonna make the Ripper again. Now, if they don't activate any hand trap, you're gonna search for forced release immediately, right? Because now you're assuming there's no hand trap there, but you do have a answer for it. So you see here we got white layer this time, so it's a bit different, right? So you notice again, when you make it like this, you have to make sure that you detach the blue, because remember you need another attribute. Because remember the red layer doesn't necessarily have to be used as part of the rank 5 exceeds. You're probably going to use your K9 cards in that case, but in this case here, you see what's going to happen. I'm going to add white. I'm going to set the field spell activated. Discard. And discard again. Yeah. So you notice here, we didn't use black layer has not been used yet. So this is why this combo works, because in this case here, because white layer was sent to the field instead of black layer, you had that extra line of going into, you know, other plays. But because white layer was sent on the field first, that's why you can still use black layer now with the layer 19 that will go into your rank 5 here. Because the main thing is here with this play, if you're going to start with red and blue, if you're going to negate something with Ripper or detach it, always detach the blue. Because you notice now there's no blue in the grave. It's the one that you send off Ripper with red will obviously reborn, right? So it's very important. If you don't do that, it kind of messes up everything, because then you won't have access to another attribute, which you want 3. Because for Magnus, you need 3 different attribute exceeds monsters. So you make sure you don't mess it up. But of course, it requires practice. So that's what I did. I literally had to do trial and error. And I realized, okay, you actually have to detach the blue. You notice red is still on Ripper, but the blue has to be sent. Because at any point in the combo, you can always reborn another attribute, which is the blue. Because the white will be kind of fine. But then the other one, it depends what you have on the field. So this is now your end board for that, right? And remember, we're not done. You notice we're not done. This is 7 material Magnus, right? So it's not 9 materials like it was before. You still have a monster negate with Ripper. You still have the force release because you searched it. You didn't search Izuna, but you're not done, because if you have now a pre-prep, now you can go Mitsurugi line. Then obviously we know what's going to happen here. Now, normally with the Mitsu line, you're going to go Photon Lord, but here you don't have to, because the Photon Lord was serving a purpose. The same thing as Ripper. Ripper was being a anti-monster effect. So instead of now, doing that, now you can actually end on the actual Mitsu board with Murukuma on field, purification, prayers, like the actual Mitsu end board. And look at that. So look at the disruptions we have now. So this is one end board, right? If you started with K9 cards only, this is what you can get. Obviously the Mitsu is extra, but you have a Magnus that's got 7 materials. It's unaffected, and you can't add cards, right? You have obviously still a hand trap or master negate from the hand or grave. You also have a Mitsurugi discard. You also have a Mitsurugi Omni negate, and also you have the board ripe of Murukuma all in this card here, and the purification. You also have prayers to possibly reborn if you want to call by or whatever. And then you still have forced release to still go into either a Jax, or you still have the werewolf into look at your opponent's hand, and also destroying a card your opponent controls. So it's a lot of interaction you have here. So this is actually a crazy board. I mean, yes, you can kaiju stuff and whatever, but you can't say the board will be completely gone. It's going to be a lot of crazy plays. So this is actually a pretty good end board. So you'll see. We'll just play it out and see what happens. I think it's just that, yeah. This was yeah. They were just gonna try and do a synchro summon. I said nope. I'm gonna just go prayers. Murakumo's gonna add back. Nice thing about mirror, you can literally trigger it. You can add back mirror, reborn Murakumo, and board wipe, and that's it. So obviously that was one of the interactions, but you still have Omni Negate, you still got your Ripper, you still got your Force Release. Of course, there could be more interactions. Of course, you would do your things for something else, but literally it's up to you. So this is one line of end board that you can do. You normal summon, you get Lupus, that's fine. Let's close out the game. You're done with your Ripper, go into Werewolf. And mind you, Werewolf can attack twice, so you have almost like 16k damage. It says 12k on here, but you actually have 16 because this can attack twice. And also potentially you can also get the quick play spell from the black layer that will also give you Magnus another 3 attacks. So you pretty much almost have 20k damage here just on board. So yeah, this is lethal. More than enough lethal, more than enough. And if they have someone to activate, you obviously have a negate ready. You can reborn, board wipe again. Like this is, and mind you again, just with 2 cards, right? Just 2 cards. It's blue and red. Gives you this line. Obviously, there are other lines where you start with K9 first into white layer. That's more for those that are in my Discord. I'll show you that. But just remember, it's just an introduction. Obviously, it's not going to be all the main combos. If you want me to see it, those combos, I can definitely do it. You leave a like, you let me know, I'll do it. It's 100% fine. I don't mind doing, because it's not many combos, but it's just giving you an idea of what you can do. But there's many variations of it, because obviously some of it is RNG dependent, but there is specific lines which have to work a certain way. But this is actually pretty impressive. Whereas the original board we're having was just a Magnus and Photon Lord, but now you could also have the inverse where you can go Ripper, Mitsurugi board, and Magnus, or you can have Photon Lord, Ripper, and Magnus. It's actually quite insane. So I'll show you this other replay now, which is another version of the best end board, then we can wrap it up. We can literally wrap it up. So this is another one. And this one was actually on ladder, this one. The other ones were just it was more like test hands or so. This one was actually in a ranked duel. You can see my hand is Field Spell, Case of K9, Alphin, and Teleport, and I have Prayers. That's a pretty good hand because I have all my engines pretty much in one hand. So I pretty much have 1-card combo. This 1-card combo. There's also 1-card combo, 1-card combo, 1-card combo. So I'm pretty much good. So if I get hand trapped at any point, that's 2 out of 3 that I can still play. Or even worst case, only play with 1. That's also good too. We're obviously going to Mitsurugi in draw phase. We're going to obviously do that. We're going to get there. We're going to add rituals. This is normal, right? So you'd already seen, if you're watching my my stuff, this is the end board we're normally making, right? You'll see there I'm playing with the other Mitsurugi cards at this time because, again, now this was experimenting. But now obviously you don't actually have to play this full Mitsu package. You can just play a very condensed one, but it leads to the same thing. Literally the same thing. Okay, I'm going to mix Murakumo. Purification. So you see, this was the normal ember that we're doing. Right? We're going Photon Lord because this was our answer for monster negates, right? This was our answer. Now we go K9, Noroi. We go Noroi, summon Izuna. Now, instead of summoning Izuna, you could have summoned Joku as well. Mind you, this was OCG banless, so Joku is at 1, so I rather keep it in the deck. Izuna is at 2, so I rather just use Izuna. But again, showing you different lines. Setting Lupus. Look at your opponent's hand, you can see. So you can see that you're playing Change of Heart, right? And so obviously it was Skull Servant that I was playing against. So I'm like, okay, Change of Heart doesn't really matter because the board I'm going to be making, it's not going to matter. It's literally not going to matter. You can steal this, you can steal whatever. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. So now we're going to make Ripper now. And then we're going to wait. We have E-Telly, blue layer combo. You've seen this before. Blue, Zayton, summon. Like you've seen this, right? So I'm holding on to the effect of Ripper because we only now need to make 2 attributes because the other one's going to be a rank 5, definitely, because we're going to detach one, add Lantern, or get Case, whatever, then we're going to make another rank 5 with the K9 cards. But with the Super Quan cards, now we just focus on making 2 attributes, get their 2 Xyz monsters out, then we're good. But it mustn't be red layer, because red layer is a rank 5. So in this case, we got lucky with the black layer summon. So we're going to make the rank 7. Reborn. Get an extra material, because you're going to detach one. And get the layer 19. And we're going to go add the Lantern. Get Lupus, doesn't really matter. It could have been Noroya also, it doesn't really matter. Lantern's going to get the Force Release. Now, optionally, you could have searched K9, Case for K9, and then Lantern, but you don't want to potentially play into a late Droll or something, which is weird. But just go for the convenient thing. Get the early disruption, get it out there. You know, okay, even if you get Drolled here, it's fine. You got your disruption. This is the main thing. So I would prioritize this, but of course, if you want to search for Case, you can. But I would sometimes prioritize this over. But there's nothing wrong searching. Case of K9, adding Lantern Reborning, and then searching this. It's fine, but you can just skip straight to that. You can leave Case of K9 for later on in the combo. So then you're gonna now detach, or not detach, you're gonna discard the trap. Grand Pulse. Gonna use Lupus and Lantern to make Magna Ligo. And you're going to go into Magnus. Again, this is, again, how many disruptions here? We got Monster Negate with Photon Lord. We got Monster Negate with Ripper. We got obviously our towers here in the form of Magnus, which can't add cards to the hand, unaffected. And on top of that, if you detach a Mitsurugi, which is Murakumo, you have Purification Engrave. You're obviously going to reborn Murakumo by tributing a monster, probably the Photon Lord, because you're done with it. Then you still have the X-Force Release to go into something else. And then also you have the layer 19 also going into another disruption for another mech beast with the black layer. So there's multiple layers of interaction with each engine. There's a lot of interaction you can have. So let's see what happened here. So this was public knowledge. Take control. Now here's a tip, right? If they target your, let's say, K9 Ripper, but you have the Force Release, you can literally chain link block, or not chain link block. You can literally chain to it by targeting the monster that they want to target. In this case, if they want to target the Ripper, you can obviously chain Force Release. Then obviously this will not resolve. The same thing if this thing wants to rank up. This is a trick, right? If they use X-Force Release and they target the Xyz, you have to get rid of the Xyz, otherwise they will not rank up. Either Book of Moon it or destroy it, because then they won't be able to be on the field, therefore will not rank up. So that's just a tip for those that want to maybe counter the K9 strategy when they want to rank up. I also showcased it earlier against Vanquish Soul K9 in my replay or my video, where you saw that interaction where he obviously tried to rank up with the Ripper, but then I had the Valon, which was his own one because I stole it, because I knew that was the card to take, and then Book of Moon it, so that obviously you can't rank up. So that was a good play there. So in this case, he takes Photon Lord, which honestly doesn't do anything. He goes 1 for 1. He summons the Moserite. Okay, it's fine. It's just Skull Servant stuff. Mori worry too much. King of Skull Servants. Relinquish Anima. Just get rid of my Photon Lord. Gonna rank it up because there's no real threat here. So I just said, let me just rank up into Millennia because I was actually trying out how can I use Millennia in some interaction, and this was the only way I could find it. Because he's playing Skull Servant, so obviously he needs Skull Servants engraved, so there's a disruption there. And then obviously activates a monster effect from anywhere. I can nuke the field. So this is just showing a basic showcase of how Millennia works, but it's not always ideal because I don't want to make Werewolf here because he has many interactions in the graveyard and in the hand. So like the best thing is just to shuffle back some Skull Servants, and then when he activates a monster effect, I nuke the field. But technically, you're not nuking the field because Magnus is unaffected by every other card effect except Superquan cards. So yes. And then obviously I have to chain to this because everything will get destroyed. So I just summon a red layer so that I can reborn later. So the reason why I do this is because I reborn so that I can obviously have my Mitsurugi line online. So I can obviously reborn Murakumo, tripling a monster. Then I get to search and also potentially Raigeki if I need to. He still gets to summon. Now I Skull Servants. Goes Nenkaribo. I see Lupus. You see Lupus? You see again, it's coming up because he's activated so many cards in the hand or in the hand or graveyard this turn, but many from the graveyard. You can see Lupus just summons extra buyers on field. End phase. Okay, so I drew the trap, which is unfortunate because this would have been OTK, but guess what? I don't really care because I have pretty much lethal anyway. So I go Murakumo here. I tribute the black layer. Obviously now we can do the Raigeki. Then Kuro was going to do nothing. And that's it. And this is game. So I'm not going to show the rest of the replay because this is pretty much game here. So you can see the K9 cards give you a lot of flexibility in the sense of, okay, your end boards are not going to be always Magnus only. It can also be Magnus with a Ripper, Magnus with Photon Lord, or Magnus, Photon Lord, and Ripper, or Mitsurugi, Magnus, and Ripper. So it's literally just depending on what's happening. Sometimes you can just play Mitsurugi alone. You can just play K9 alone, and it's actually good enough because later on, you got plays later on. So that's the nice thing about having this flexibility. So it's really good in that regard. So I just set the trap, but it doesn't really matter because I have game anyway, so we're not gonna continue with that replay. So you can see that's basically what you could do. It's really just a nice flexible deck to now explore now, because now you have actual options. So your end board is not just going to be Magnus Turbo all the time, because you also have to be a bit smart. We're playing into a meta now where Vanquish or K9 exists. Draco Tell's still there, so now you got these other layers of interaction now that you have to be thinking about. So now it's not always okay, Magnus might not be the play, but let me start with K9 first. Let me start with Mitsurugi. And mirror matches will be quite interesting because, like I said, you know what their deck is. So sometimes you have to maybe hold on to Izuna. You have to see, okay, do I now activate Lupus? Because remember, non-turn player has priority. So especially the Lupus XC summoning, you don't want to have that chance of, okay, potentially you might miss that part where they could overlap your monster XCing because you're going to be the non-turn player potentially, or even them. So it really gives you that mind game of, okay, how to actually interact with your opponent better. And you saw that duel against Vanquish or K9 in my replay. You saw there, like, understanding how the deck works and knowing, like, Talents being quite broken, because Talents actually is going to be quite scary, with the, the addition to the K9, because obviously now Talents can actually, like, steal the K9 cards, can steal the rank 5s, can steal the Xyz rank 5s, like the Valon, like how I stole the Valon there because I knew that was going to be the key card, or I can steal the Nationite because I can use those cards against them. So it's a really powerful toolbox now that you have access to. Talents can actually look at the hand, potentially get engine pieces, keep going, draw into an Izuna, keep going, draw into a chaotic element or a thrust, keep going. And here's the funny thing. Let's say you get debarriered. Let's say you get debarried, right? let's say you get debarried for some reason. So you can't exceed. Guess what? You don't really care. Because what Super Quan can't do, you can make bodies, yes, but yes, now you have additional players even through D barrier. You can play K9 and Mitsurugi. They can play under D barrier because they don't really care. They get high enough monsters, they can do plays. Also, Mitsurugi and K9 play very well under Shifter. Very, very well under Shifter. You saw there again against Backpistol K9, the deck that's coming out in Master Duel. You saw how the interactions were there. The guy revealed Shifter and activated Shifter to basically lock me out of the game. But I ended up making a Zeus and it ended up in the damage step clearing his entire field. So it's all those plays, those small interactions really make a difference. And like I said, Mitsurugi plays very well into Shifter. Don't really care about it because they stuff tribute. So Murakumo becomes extra important in the meta, especially. That's why I don't want to consider like not playing this card because it's really, really good. Especially when you're playing cards against Shifter or Rise Art or Retaliating Sea, all these weird cards, whatever. Mitsurugi is very good for that. And even K9 as well. Even if you're under D barrier, you can still summon your K9s. Your K9s are going to be almost 3,000 minimum. And that's big. Especially if you're going for lethal or breaking a board or whatever, that's all you need. And worst case, you can just exceed someone on their turn. So yes, you're getting board presence, but then if you have a Lupus somewhere in the hand or grave, you can exceed with those monsters next turn. So, and we're also having Gorgon here as a last resort in case you want to, get extra bodies off field. You can also do that to clear, or you can make Little Knight. That's also an option too. If you're not able to do anything else but Link Summon. So that's always an option. But you can see, just from that mini showcase I gave you, just even the basic combo line of blue and red. There's even a combo line where white layer. You see white layer actually becomes a combo because if your K9 setup can actually give you Ripper and Magna Liger. Magna Liger can actually send to the graveyard by your white layer, and then it turns on your combo. Because that doesn't say it must be a main deck monster, it just has to be a non-light super quad monster, even from the extra deck. So it also turns on your combo there, and the nice thing is once you make 2 attributes, you already have your red one engraved, so it's a matter of just making your Magnus. So there is a world where yes, your weird hands might also be combo. So that's always a consideration you can always have. And as I say, it's literally just coming down to play testing. So what I'm using, this is a program called MasterDuel Pro 3. It's just a simulator with all the cards that are available in OCG and TCG, but not yet in MasterDuel yet. So, but there is a MasterDuel ban list. Obviously, they do update it. There is a MasterDuel ban list, but of course, you obviously can play the MasterDuel format. You can play the OCG format and TCG, but this is a good place to test the cards before they come out. And if not this, there's also Edo Pro, there's Yu-Gi-Oh! Omega, there's Dueling Nexus, there's Dueling Book. There's a lot of simulators you can use, not just MasterDuel client, to also test out cards, because sometimes you want to wait for the cards to come out, and then that's it. Like now, Dragon Link got announced. You're not going to wait for it to come in MasterDuel to learn Dragon Link. You want to learn the combos now, see what you can do, and make the best out of it. So that when it comes out, you know what's happening. You don't have to wait months and months and months in advance to know what's going to happen. So the fact that Konami's pushing up the cards coming up early means it's a sign that, okay, maybe you don't have to wait so long anymore. So yeah, I'll leave it to you guys. Let me know if you like the combos. Maybe you want to see more specific gameplays. I don't know, but obviously I will be showcasing this a lot on stream, so you can definitely stop by, see how the deck plays. And I also will still be learning as well, because obviously Master Duel is very experimental, given that there's many ways to play a deck. So this might not be the only version I'll play. Like I said, I will try just K9 Super Quan, not necessarily with Mitsu, but I think from a competitive standpoint, the Mitsu line also adds to my aim board. So that's what makes the K9 stuff broken, because it's not just Magnus now you have to deal with. Now I have to deal with everything else. And then you still have Magnus, which is also a Towers, a Floodgate of sorts. And yeah, it's crazy. So you have to do with everything else, but then Magnus is still there. So it's very difficult to kind of manage that unless you have the perfect setup, of course. But you saw that he had the change of heart, but it didn't really matter because I did have everything ready. I was at everything coming. You couldn't add cards. You still have to deal with everything else, and yeah, it's really good. And like I said, those replays that you saw in my video will definitely give you also again an idea of how resilient this version is. So yeah, let me know what you guys think about it. I'd like to see your inputs on it. And again, you can join my Discord. You can also talk about it further there. Also have different deck theories there as well. You can post your ideas as well. We look at it. There's not the best way to play it. I'm not saying that to you, but definitely think about it. So I hope you enjoy it. And yeah, we'll see you on the next video. Cheers. Okay, so I think we covered for today on terms of videos. So I think, you guys want to hop onto masterduel for a bit? Like actual masterduel, not like this one, because this is just for recordings now. But we can always go back to masterduel and then try and rank up, I think once or something, and then we can call it a day. What do you guys think? Let me grab water first, and I'll decide when I come back. Okay, I'm back. Let's see. Couple of games sounds nice. Yeah, I mean, why not? We've been talking for like what? Most of the stream, I guess. Almost 3 hours. So yeah, we can just play like maybe some games. Why not? Just to see what Masterduel was like before we get the new update. Because yeah, like I said, I can't wait for the canine cards to come up because geez, the combos are going to be crazier. Like literally crazy. Can I show you a replay? Oh, if you have a replay, even better. Let's have a look at that. Let me just switch up the client a bit. Let me just switch it up. So there might be some silence for a bit. Yeah, let me just open up the client here. Okay, I'm gonna just switch the game now. Okay. Okay. Wait, what? Can you guys hear the game? Can you guys hear the game? Oh boy, here we go. You can hear me, but not the game. What's going on? I don't understand. I have no idea why. I don't know. Okay, hold on. Let me see something. No. That's so strange though. But you could hear the other when you're on MD Pro, you were able to hear it, right? I don't know. You can hear that. Okay. Can you hear the game now? Oh, you can hear the game? Okay. Now we hear the game but not see. Oh my goodness, what is going on here? What is going on? That's very strange. It shouldn't be like that. Hold on. Oh my goodness. Now you can't see anything now. Why can't you see anything? That is very strange. Because I can see the game, but I can hear, but you guys can't hear. Why is that? Why is that? Okay, you know what? I think it's fine. We'll fix it like this. I don't know, for some reason it always does that. I think it's fine. You know what we'll do? We'll put this on. Is that better, guys? Okay, you can see the game and you can hear the game. Okay. Let me just see. Let me catch up on chat here because I wasn't trying to respond to, because I was like trying to, I was recording videos and stuff, but so I wasn't really paying attention to chat, but I was seeing it though. So apologies if I did not reply to you directly. But I did see Card Limits. You were telling guys that I was doing videos, but obviously people don't know that. But obviously, if you do watch me before, if I do say I'm going to be recording stuff, then I will tell you in advance. So, because I literally was looking at chat, but I just couldn't respond because I know someone was talking about IDs and is a selection pack out and what client is it. So yeah, people were saying they're not really happy with the K9 cards coming out and all of that. But yeah, I couldn't actually respond. So because generally when I record, I don't want to be distracted because it's a video, so I don't want to make it pretend like, okay, yes, you are in the stream, but I am actually recording. So yes, I won't actually necessarily respond to chat when I'm recording. So that normally happens. But okay, did you artist? Let's see. What is your replay? Oh, is it? Oh, Shadow. Whoa. Okay. Against RDA. Okay, this is interesting. Wow. Now you see, this is Red Dragon Archfiend right now, and then this will get crazy support later. So we'll see. Okay, the question is, did you artist, do you want to be showcased or not? Because I can record you if you want. It's up to you. Sure. Okay. Then let's get everything set up for that. Because I already have I think I have four replays I have to upload. But obviously this week, because it's the release of yeah, maybe I'll post them before. I'll figure out stuff. Okay, that's fine. Let's just do this. So again, going to be recording now. So if you're saying something in chat, just talk amongst yourselves, because I will look at it, but I won't necessarily respond. I have to do this again. Hold on. Oh yeah. Okay, let's do this again. Okay, we're good to go. What is up, YouTube? We're back again with another episode of Master Duel Community. So we have a replay from DigiArtist. You can see his profile and his ID, so make sure to give him a follow. And yeah, he said it's an interesting gameplay, so let's hope it's good. So he only has one replay, which is public, so I guess this is the one he wants to showcase. So it's an 8-turn duel, so let's see how interesting that duel is going to be. So it looks like he is facing against RDA, but he is playing a pure Shaddoll deck. With the Invoke package, of course, yes. It's not an Invoke deck without some Shaddoll in there, and vice versa, so pretty good. It looks like a pure Shaddoll deck. Really cool. And obviously with the new ban list, applying the new ban list, 1 max C. All right, that's good. That's good. Against our opponent for today is Red Dragon Archfiend. And this is this optimal though? 1 Imperm, 1 Nibiru. I feel like this is probably the structure deck. They just picked up the structure deck and they're just playing the structure deck. Because no max C, but 3 Ash. Very interesting. Okay. Yeah, this definitely looks like a structure deck build, but okay. RDA is RDA. And it is getting support in the future, so we're not going to judge anybody. We probably just picked up the game and got structure deck bundles and yeah, picked up 3 Ash and like, okay, I'm good to go. So let's see, RDA versus Shaddoll. Fusion versus Synchro. Okay. So this is our opening hand. Going second, we have a Bestial, which is actually quite useful against RDA because they are dark monsters. We have Foolish Burial. Might be a combo starter. We have Droplet. We have obviously Duster. So pretty decent. And obviously we have a Shadow Core, which can be treated as a effect monster. And it can be substituted as a fusion material that lists a Shaddoll fusion monster on it. Pretty interesting. Crimson Gaia. Can you believe it? This one card is going to be like spamming like 7 bodies on field. Can you believe it? With the future support that's coming, this one card can generate 7 bodies. Insane. That's the power of 1 card combos nowadays. We're going to start with the Super 8 Dustwalker. Going to make a rank 6. Red Rising. Oh, that's a good target, actually. Okay. We're gonna target the Vision Resonator. Yeah, let's target a Resonator monster. So you get rid of that. Okay. And you have combo. Yeah, he does. Monster Reborn. Okay. So let me see. Level 2, level 3, level 1, level 6. Is he going for triple tuning? Yep, he is. Red Supernova. With an animation. And can this be targeted? Because it cannot be destroyed by card effects, but it can still be targeted though. So Magnamut can just, or Jerusalem can just deal with it actually. Or better yet, even Droplet can deal with it, but let's see what happens. We're gonna go Fair the Duster. Oh, Red Zone. Okay. Okay, Jerusalem's gonna send the Supernova. So much for being a boss monster, but okay. You're gonna send the Reshadow Wendy, gonna summon a shadow from your deck and face down defense. And that's it. What will RDA have? No combo, but technically do you also have combo as well? Maxi. Not useful. So now go to Shadow and put it in face on defense. The Shadow Core is going to be treated as an effect monster. Okay. Interesting. So RDA has no plays. So, and Shadal also has no plays. What's going on here? Kaiju, not useful. So you're just spamming the field with Shadals. You're going to link off into the Shadow Construct, which can Fusion Summon using a monster from hand or field. And there's our Shadow Construct. Is that the Skomata going to send a Shadal card? Yep. Hedgehog. And a monster. Shadow Dragon. So it's just beatdown mode. Literally beatdown mode. Oh, Crimson Gaia. Okay, Maxi. You do have the Nibiru, so worst case, you can spam the field, but you're obviously going to have a lot of plays. Soul Resonator. An Archfiend. Discarding Crimson. Sending Synchron Resonator, going to be level 6 again. Oh. This is a huge Nibiru coming. Huge. And again, triple tuning again. Nibiru, there we go. Yep. Yep. Nibiru. As much as not useful in the format right now because the meta decks don't really lose to it. Yeah, especially Draco Tail. It's still good though. But I wouldn't play it at 3 copies though. Oh, 2 Synchrons, okay. Okay, Dawn Walker. Red Rising. Now, Red Rising is not once per turn. It is a soft once per turn. Wow. And you join to a Veiler. That's crazy luck. Wow. Look at that. Heart of the cards right there. We're gonna go into Q-Belt, which that's the only play you can do. And you have Ghost Ogre. Wow, you have like all the perfect hand traps here. What's going on? Has he normal summoned? Yeah, he's normal summoned already. Now, here's a question I have for the Red Dragon Archfiend player. Why did you add back the Soul Resonator? Could you have not protected? Oh yes, okay. He had 2 copies because I was gonna say now, if he had a monster that mentioned Red Dragon Archfiend, or a single monster that mentions it, you could have obviously protected. But I guess yeah, he didn't really have a monster on field that mentions RDA, so makes sense. So I'm like, you obviously could have protected that, but Kaiju Gaming. Now comment down below if you remember why this card was broken back in the day when Master Duel was like kind of when it's like maybe 1 or 2 years when Philanderies came out, because this was the card you were playing. Because they were playing Barrier Statue of the Stormwinds, which you were locked out of wind monsters. How crazy is that? You can only special summon wind monsters. So this was the only kaiju that you could run at the time. It was insane. Now everyone just runs Gamma Seal because that's the lowest impact kaiju. The other ones are very high attack, so... Oh! Shadow Fusion, okay. Oh, not Shadow Fusion, Invocation rather. Oh, okay, jeez. What a crazy animation. Damn. That's actually pretty cool. I think that alone is going to be more than enough. Yeah, Macabre. Yeah, just gonna negate that, obviously. Obviously. And this should be game. Hey, you know what? It wasn't the most crazy replay out there, but again, it's sometimes it's about how well you draw and how good your follow-up is. Because I've sometimes been in a situation where, hey, even though I start out bad, I end up having a crazy comeback. But in this case, they just bricked. And that was it. So, despite having multiple red resonators and all of that, it was just not enough. But yeah, Shadow, I mean, look, not a deck you see every day. And mind you, Shadow will get support in the future. So maybe this is kind of an idea of how Shadow was played, and it will probably get better once we get the Shadow support. And I think there's quite a bit of few cards there. So shout out to Digio. Thanks for the replay. I'm sure you'll be excited for the Shadow support soon. And yeah, that is it for the showcase. So if you enjoyed it, leave a like, comment, subscribe, and comment down below what you want to see next. So let me know. So yeah, that is all from me, and we'll see you next time. Cheers. Okay, so that was the video. We're not done with the stream. That was just the video. Don't worry. We're still here. We are still here. I remember the event involving the Invoker monsters, and I spent some time getting them. Okay, that's fair. Fair enough. You see, I remember when the game came out, there was a lot of fun decks people were playing. But now everybody's just playing meta. Literally. So it's so bad now that I have to play literally meta engines just to compete. That's how bad it is. Because we can't always just play our fun decks anymore. Because we all remember back then, like no one was really like caring about, oh my gosh, I'm playing a meta deck. Everyone was just having fun, funny moments, all of that. Now it's like, oh my gosh, I'm dying to max C, I'm losing to full loss, I'm doing this and doing that. So many, yeah. But that's how we have to evolve, guys. That's how we have to do it. Oh, come on. Oh, okay. I was gonna say now, it's not the loop screen again. Okay. And we have cross out this time. For me, I haven't consistently won a coin flip in 7 months. Yeah, it's so bad. And do you remember, guys? Do you remember back then when Drytron players were specifically always going first? Let's talk about that. They were literally manipulating the coin flip. That was actually insane, though. Now you see here, this would have been full Canine engine because I will go normal red layer or special summon red layer, special summon Zayton, and then go from there. But now I can't. And I think I'm gonna do this. Yeah, that was actually the most craziest things ever. Like that for me was like insane. The fact that these guys were always going first, and they always had like this almost like the same hand every single time. It was kind of crazy though. Like, oh, the game was very interesting back then. I can say that much. I'll get a layer 19. And this is the combo. There we go. But that was actually kind of crazy though. That at that time, like every time, these guys were always somehow going first, and it was always against Drytron. I'm like, huh? That doesn't make sense. And they always had that crazy, what's that card? Herald of Ultimateness. Oh my goodness, that was just insane. Luckily, Konami thought about them and actually gave them actual Drytron support because they'd have just been going rampant the whole time. But yeah, there are a lot of good memories in Master Duel, I guess. Sword Soul was dominant. You know, the meta was just very different at the time. I don't know. Like Tri Brigade was good. Lurelus Tri Brigade was a thing. Or the recorded bird up or something like that. I don't know. It was just ridiculous though. The way the meta was. In the card game, card fight Vanguard. Days 2, it does rock paper scissors. I mean, I prefer rock paper scissors because coin flip is like it's a 50% chance, whereas rock paper scissors is a 1 in 3rd chance, so it's not as broken compared to like other things. Because in the Dueling Nexus, when I play TCG, they play rock paper scissors. In Master Duel Pro 3, it's rock paper scissors, not a coin flip. So, Konami, come on. You should have just done rock paper scissors, and then no one will really be worrying about, oh, I lose a coin flip, which is a 50% chance. So, good times. I'm thinking, should I discard Yeah, it's fine. And I was thinking about it, but I'm like, nah, I think I'll do it this way because I haven't really activated the effect of. Yeah, let's just do it that way. I have 2 blacks, but I'll deal with it, so it's fine. Kareem, welcome. Everything's good on my side. Hope your day is good too. Okay. Sit 1. Okay. All right. By setting the field spell. Oh, Sky Striker, never mind. You literally can't do anything. Literally can't do anything. You can't even add. So, okay. 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 No. Oh, they're actually. Whoa, they're actually playing this card. Wow, they actually had a way to search it. Interesting. Okay, it's fine. Cool. That's actually the one time that Sky Striker actually has the out for it, because usually they don't have that. They usually don't. So I'm very surprised actually. Let me get rid of a. Let me put a black in the deck so that there's still a disruption though. It's not immune. Yeah, let's activate everything. Yeah, let's just get follow up. Oh. Actually playing this card, because usually they don't play this. So I'm surprised they actually are playing it. Which is fine. Ooh. Call by the Grave. Ooh. Huh. Okay, interesting. So you're probably wondering, why couldn't I chain Ghost Spell? Because this card says I cannot activate spell activations. Or I cannot activate in response to spell activation. So I couldn't Ghost Spell there. Hey, you know what? That's not bad. Not bad, actually. Wow. Okay. Yeah, play to them. So you're saying if they didn't have this, then that would be that. I don't know. Maybe it's with Tempai, but I mean, I don't know. I mean, the fact that they literally had this, it's insane though. Okay. He has to link this off. Yeah. And repeat black in the hand. Huh? Talents as well. Jeez. Can't even use Ghost Spell. I hate Scratch Striker, Blue Eyes, Prime Eye, Kestura, and a little Malice. Look, Malice is understandable. I think they made it a bit too broken. For the fact that they made it a Cyberse, I think that was the biggest mistake, making it a Cyberse. If there wasn't Cyberse, no one would care about it because all their hits would actually make a difference. But because it's Cyberse, it's still kind of relevant, even though you hit those cards, whatever. Kestura, yeah, look, I think they messed up with the design of those cards a bit too broken. But yeah, looking at the extra deck is rough, especially Unicorn and all that stuff. Blue Eyes, I think Blue Eyes is fine. Primite maybe a bit too broken. Because if the Drill Beam did not recycle every time, sure, fine. But it recycles every time and also the Barrel recycles if you have a normal monster, not even a Primite monster or whatever. It's weird. It's like it's just made for normal decks clearly, and Blue Eyes ironically is the best one. Sky Striker is okay. Nothing wrong with Sky Striker. It's just that obviously they'll always keep getting support somehow, some way. So there always will be a relevant deck. Banishing Black Layer. Okay, cool. That's fine. What? Time limit. Wow. Wow. Can you believe it? He did all of that. He broke my entire field. He got rid of Magnus even. And he lost to time. This is Sky Striker we're talking about, not even a combo deck. Sky Striker we're talking about. Because you notice I had many interactions. They had to clear everything. I'm like, what? Wow. That's very surprising. Like, I don't know. And then they realized that nope. How do they not have time though? I don't understand. They had all the time in the world though. Very strange. Like, how do you time out though? Is it because he was thinking a lot? I don't think really. Sky Striker timing out. Love to see it. I'm gonna make a video on that because that's funny. Rare Sky Striker actually times out. That's actually a thing. Now it could be two things. Because someone say, "Oh, but the time in general is bad." Yes, I agree. The time in general is bad, but Sky Striker has not excuses because they're not a combo deck. They shouldn't be timing out because they broke the board. They set up back row, and that's it. But wow, okay, I've seen it all. Bro, what is this hand though? I don't want to see this in my hand going second. Speaking of Blue Eyes, there we go. Karim, you're getting all your opponents today. Blue Eyes, Sky Striker, getting everybody today. Everybody. Okay, not Primer per se, but you're getting Blue Eyes, you're getting Sky Striker. That is actually so funny. Yeah. Yep. Blue Eyes, Blue Eyes, Blue Eyes. And Droplet might not be useful here. Unless I send a monster. I mean, I have a burn Droplet, yes, but if I don't draw another monster, then it's going to be a bit of a problem because they're probably going to have two monsters and I have to send two monsters to deal with it. But yeah, let's see. Because the end board will definitely be Siffer Dragon. And, oh, there's a Veiler too. So I need to definitely keep my layer 19 to be protected from such Veiler. But then you have Majesty and it's like, oh, well. Just don't have everything, isn't it? I mean, I can. Yeah, actually, I'm gonna do that. It's fine. Nah, I don't think he's going for Magia. I didn't see the Carbon Man, the Legend, so it's not going to be Magia here. Yeah, it's just this. This is the standard board. Okay, Droplet might be useful here. Give me a monster, please. Do not give me a spell trap. Okay, yeah, I'll take that. I'll definitely take that. Hmm. You get back Zayton now, actually. Yeah, I actually don't need the second quick play. I got the one in the hand already. He can't Vela. He's like, oh my, why my cards not work? Because, yeah. And so I have to make use of this, not to make Magnus and then try and do something, yeah. No. Room ID. I'm currently in rank right now, so no dual room ID at the moment. What are you trying to do here? I could actually get rid of True Light though. That'll be really funny actually. But then, no, that's a bad idea because this can reborn Spirit Dragon. No, let's not do that. Okay. You can't imperm, you can't veil, you can't do anything. Oh, look at that. Mitsurugi engine. Oh wow. That's actually useful. Okay, I got a choice here. I kind of want to get. He had Nibiru. Wow. Ooh. He doesn't know. Yeah, we actually might have lethal here. Based on what he just did. Unless he has Ghost Bell. He still has True Light on field. Now you can still summon what's it? Blue Eyes if he wants to? I don't know. Absolutely insane, though. Wow. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I don't make this up, but you see. And mind you, this is again without even canine cards, and we're already doing this. So imagine now with canine cards, it's going to be cinema, literally. Literally cinema. Okay. So there we go. There's Sky Striker down, Blue Eyes down. What else is next? You see, Vela? Completely useless. Literally useless. Okay. Give us a playable hand again. Ah. Okay. Hmm. Thanks, Idiotus. Thanks for sticking around. We'll see you next time. Oh. Tier Lament. And guess what I have for them? D-Barrier. Ooh. Actually, yeah. Yeah, I can actually discard Small World. I don't need it. I can just get Zayton. If you mill a tier name, I'll be like, what? You do? You do. Gem Knight Tilament. Okay. Oh, of course, bro. They drove Rhinoheart. Come on, bro. Shuffler. Oh my. Damn. Okay, they're just drawing everything, isn't it? Wow. We'll have to search the field spell manually, because they might even shuffle our cards away. Bro, this guy's having everything, bro. Wow, look at that. That's what he calls super RNG. Like super. That's what turn 0 does. Oh, already had Shiren already. Okay. Well, it's fine. Next turn, ID barrier, and that should be that. It's gonna go into Kaleido, spin back. But either way, I still get the field. What's it? The quick play. So I think we're still fine. Either way. Yeah, he's gonna go for Kaleido. Interesting. Ooh, okay, that's a big one. Hmm. Shuffler. Oh my gosh, bro. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, our combos are a bit weird now, so we can't really like. Uh. Okay. Mm. What? Why go into sequence if you can't fuse? Why? Okay. Oh, you're gonna go Little Knight. Oh. That's why you do that. Little Knight for that. Okay. Yeah. Sprite Elf. Sprite Elf. Why not Little Knight though? Am I missing something here? Oh, they're gonna go Eknamde or what? I don't even know. What's the play here? Yeah, Eknamde maybe, but there's no fusion, so is there really a play there? Apart from making Engraver, I don't know. Okay. And you know this card, as a secret effect, cannot be destroyed by battle or by monster effects while points to no monsters. He doesn't know. 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 I mean, sure, okay. Just gonna be doing damage and that's it. Not lethal though. Not lethal. Hmm. Interesting. Nice. Can you see that? Oh. course, bro. The time, of course. Now I time out as well because clearly. Oh, whatever, bro. It's fine. I literally had him anyway. Those shufflers were just annoying. Now it's not about just passing, it's about making sure that there's a follow-up there, because there was definitely follow-up for him, so I had to make sure that there was some sort of a counterplay. That's fine, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Because the main thing was the shufflers was a problem. Like all my plays were being shuffled, so I had to like do other plays now. Naturia. Interesting. Hmm. What? Hey, what's going on here? There's no way he scooped, bro. There's no way. No way he just scooped after that. He literally had like, what? Okay, today is just weird today. I don't even know. My opponents are being weird. I time out. I don't know. Seems like today is just a very weird day of dueling. I don't know. Very weird. Sky Striker timed out after breaking a board. Blue Eyes realized Vela didn't do anything, so whatever. And the Mitsu plays when I also timed out as well against was it Tier Gem Knight Fiendsmith or whatever it is. And then this happens as well. It's so weird. But okay, it's fine. I think we'll do one more game. You know what? Not a bad hand. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. Kestura. Alright, it's fine. It is fine. Oh, okay, so me playing the trap card is risky now. Oh, that's fine. We got Ghost Bell. So that's fine. We can stop the fusion shenanigans if they want to do it. That's fine. Yeah, it's fine. We'll just wait, because that's the only use of Ghost Bell in this point. Just shuffling, prevent shuffling back. Reborning Engraver, that's not useful. We'll just summon right from there, yeah. So now you see he's using all his effects. Unless he's going for Caesar, though. Then that would be quite interesting if he's going for Caesar. It looks like he's going for Caesar. Then in that case, I should have Ghost Bell, but then you'll just obviously have the sequence play, which you don't know they're gonna do that, so that's fine. We'll see what happens. Yeah, Caesar, okay, fine. It's fine. Yeah, they could have made a Desiree, so I don't want to take a chance there. Because usually that's a bad ghost spell. If you just because they could just normal summon or do whatever, then they have another fiend and they keep going, but it's fine. Like you saw that they already had the engrave on field. Ghost Marina, okay. Fairy Zayton and Fuelos, alright. Okay, so he's got that trap, so we have to kind of do something about it now. Cross out Designator, though. I think yeah, we have to activate this now. Yeah. So now it's a bit of a issue now. Yeah, it's gonna. Yeah, so now if I activate this, you'll look at my hand, and that's gonna be a problem. It's fine, I'll just set it anyway. I can technically make a Zeus, but it just depends what he does. Oh, unicorn. Actually, you know what? It's fine. The thing is, they'll go for Zeus. That's the thing, because Kashira doesn't like Zeus, so they're always gonna go and make sure they go for Zeus, because that will obviously kill them. They always will go for Zeus. They'll go for Zeus. They go for Magnus, that would be surprising, but I think for them, Zeus is their worst enemy, so rather banish the Zeus. SP, bro, what? What am I seeing here, bro? What? SP Little Knight. Like, you literally saw a Zeus there, and you're like, no. It's almost like you think I'm not going to summon it? I'm literally going to summon it, and I have 2 ways to summon it. Oh my goodness, that is insane. So we actually have 2 options, right? We can bait out Mitsurugi, we can bait out this, and then we go discard Ghost Spell, and then we go Zeus. Yeah, you can banish Magnus, it's fine, but it's not. That doesn't mean we can't make plays. We can still do stuff. We can still make Zeus and other things, so it's not like we can't do anything. We still have other things. But I mean, yeah, banishing your mate with one of, but Zeus is like common. So I think we have to probably just secure Zeus. I think that's the best way to do it. But then again, Fiendsmith's gonna come back, and then that's gonna be annoying. Yeah, I think we have to bet out the Caesar. Bet out the Caesar. Yeah, we just waste those negates, and then we can get on with it. Yeah. Negate this. I mean, this works. Bro, what? No, dude. Come on, dude. Okay. I wasn't expecting that. Wow. Damn. I wasn't expecting him to not negate this. Why would he not negate that, though? Oh my. Okay, you know what? Bro. Okay. Are you gonna do something here? Surely gonna negate that. Surely. Please negate that. Okay, thank you. Yeah, because now I can. And the nice thing about this, he's negating white layer, so I actually get another play, and I haven't normal summon yet. So actually, we're kind of fine. Ironically enough. Yeah. We're actually fine. Unless this is like a... I don't know, what else is activatable here? I mean, we should have enough for a play. So I think we're gonna make Zeus. Because I don't really want to activate the trap card right now, so. Bro, what is he thinking about? What is he thinking about? I'm just adding white layer, dude. It's not even a big deal. I think we can try and make Magnus here, but I think Zeus is just better though. And we do have the answer for Fiendsmith follow-up anyway, so I feel like we actually are good. Yeah, I think let's do that. If that's imperm, you know what? Low key, it might be imperm, so I think we need to be a bit smart about that, don't you think? I think we should. And if it is a, because what else will be activatable here? It's probably imperm. Yeah, no, I think let's just do this. There's nothing else. I don't know what else is lighting up though. Yeah, I think. Okay, let's see. Is that imperm? This will be the test if it's imperm or not. No. It's not. It could be. But do I take that chance though? Because I could go into, actually, you know what? It's fine. Let's see. If we can get to a black layer somehow, that'll be great. Black layer, red. Wait, this is already activated? No, it hasn't. Okay. Yeah, I think yeah, let's get green involved, yeah. And watch them let us summon green. I knew it. I knew it. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, I think let's do it this way. I'm taking a lot of time because I don't know what the play is when I'm just trying to play around something that's probably not there. No, I don't want to play into a Rise Art here. And I think we'll find out what that is. I mean, it's not the Nibiru because Nibiru was not lighting up before. Okay. Let's try this out. This will be the test if it's really Imperm or not. Yeah. So this will know if it's Imperm or not. This will know. This will reveal everything. There it is. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm like. You see, the correct play is Zeus, but if he's got Imperm, he's like, it's fine. I got you checkmate anyway. Okay, it's fine. Okay, that's fine. I'm just gonna give up that. It's fine. I don't have time again, so I need to just make this quick. Make it quick, make it quick. Let's go. Probably just board wipe on his turn, it's fine. Okay, now let's see what he's gonna do now. If he opens up a Castira, that will be a problem. Yeah, I kind of don't want to activate this trap now. Standby phase. Does he really want to do that though? Maybe I should have done it earlier. Okay. You can make a rise art. Yeah, you can do that. Only one material. It's not going to do anything, but okay. Huh? Moon of Close Heaven. Oh, okay. 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 Let's just do this now, man. He's just wasting my time now at this point. It's fine. My materials are gone. It's fine. Don't really care now. It's just whatever. This game is just messed up anyway. Okay. Master Ogre, fine. With no effect because you have no trap, it's in the grave, and small wolf but no monster. Not ideal. And the worst thing is this guy comes back next turn. Here we go. He's gonna get all his stuff back. Greensmith engine will come back. Huh? Oh, I know why. Because what happened? I think his Moon of Close Heaven is gone. Sequence? Is he playing sequence? I don't know. Probably lost more targets. Yeah, he was literally just banishing his link summoning and all that. But yeah, I don't know. Interesting duel though. Interesting duel. Let me have a look. Was he playing sequence? Yeah, he was playing sequence. So he did have. Oh, but you know why? You know why? The Requiem was already summoned that turn. Well, it was in the grave, but then I don't know. I guess he didn't have targets, but it's fine. Well, yeah. Okay, I think that's it for me. I said the duels are very interesting today. I don't know. It's just very weird. I don't know compared to the last few duels we've had. I mean, we opened literally no bad hand, and we just played normally. And this is again without canine cards. So now imagine now with canine cards, what plays we could do. Yeah. Okay. Now the question is, will I touch ranked again? Probably. If not, then it'll probably be after the next update, because right now I just need the game to be a bit more interesting. Because right now, I mean, yes, people are ranking up, but honestly, I just want to test out more of my deck with K9. So I'll probably just be playing the other simulator. So yeah, I think probably the next stream will be when obviously the update comes out. But I did do all my I used to do all my recordings ahead of time, so at least I can just post that while waiting for that to come out. So yeah, that'll probably be the next time I stream. Will probably be after when the update drops. Who knows? I might even be in the middle weekly that day. So we'll see. But yeah, I think we'll end it here. And I do appreciate everyone for sticking by, even if it's just for a bit. I know in the beginning there was a lot of people in the beginning, but apologies, I was not really focusing on chat in the beginning. But it is what it is, so it's fine. But yeah, do stick around for the next few streams, the next few videos, and yeah, anniversary is looking good. That's all I can say. It's looking very good. Obviously, there's going to be more stuff than that. And who knows, they might even surprise us with even more things. So we will see. So for now, I wish you all a good day, good night. And yeah, I think that's a wrap. Obviously, I'm still available in the Discord if you want to talk to me further there. But yeah, I think for now, we are good. So I'll see you guys on the next update. And yeah, hopefully the update's good. Cheers.